was doing stupid, view stupid, bang stupid, day in pain. You said I failed, look at the trail of L's on your face. I'm the ghost he mentions, every notification. In the state, through your heart, through your pride. Watch me rise, watch me thrive. We stroll through my life, hated like barely alive. But see, look, this is payback, every hater gets a receipt. Signed, sealed, delivered, hero's revenge is complete. This is the revenge of the haters. Every who can turn around, watch me. Now I'm tired of hating. Revenge tastes so sweet, baby. I turn pain into gold. Time to play the street. Stories, always movies will blow. Man, please do it, roll, and still loaded, low, cover, chat, that you wrote down, posting, open, thumbs up, in the motion, go find a time, every ball, no compassion, in the basement stage, I'm too busy counting commas. Revenge serves dice cold, call it drama. They are the division, I'm crystal clear. Them haters, no fear in this atmosphere. I shed the tears, but was no like a steal in my spot. They were words, my name, the pain only fuels it. My chest fully arrested by
What's good, everybody? How's it going? Well, the UAP files were released today. We're gonna get into that soon. Just as soon as somebody shows up, and we'll have a great stream. We're streaming on YouTube, so I gotta keep it clean. I gotta keep it nice. I gotta keep it good, and then I'll get off YouTube, and then we can all celebrate like crazy wild animals that we are. Yeah. So, yeah. Can't wait to get into this. Can't wait to get into this. Let's see. I'm trying to find some. Music that's non-DMCA. This is my music. Working on a ton of music, but I'm having brain farts. And I'm not able to produce music as I was before.
Feeling time collapse. Your perfume still lingers in the smoke and the haze. I'm chasing after echoes of your dangerous ways. touch is dangerous, but I still want it all. Velvet orbit, spinning out of control. You're the fire in the dark that's burning through my soul. Velvet orbit, I can't break away. I'm caught in your rhythm, I'm lost in your sway. Velvet orbit, take me higher tonight. Even if it kills me, I'll keep holding
Yo, Growing, are you there, Beth?
Are
you lurking?
Your name's still on my tongue. We dance like dying stars, beautiful and young. The bass is in my chest, your heartbeat in my veins. I'm drunk on your chaos, drowning in your flame. You're like gravity, I don't want to be saved. Every kiss is dangerous, but I'm already enslaved. Velvet orbit, spinning out of control. You're the fire in the dark that's burning through my soul. Velvet orbit, I can't break away. I'm caught in your rhythm, I'm lost in your sway. Velvet orbit, take me higher tonight. Even if it kills me, I'll keep holding tight. Cross the void in my tin can grave. Pockets full of carbon waves. Drift past moons that don't recall. Constellations start to fall. Vacuum licks the cracks in glass. My heart's a burned out nebula. I send out tapes that never land. Still hum. Can you hear it? Between the stations, between the lies. It's not noise, it's them always was. The sound of space crackling through the void. They paint the stars with stories they destroy. UFOs in the static, governments in denial. Frequency rising, been here the whole while. Sound of space calling through the night. Silent lights dancing, far from human sight. Cover it up tight with lies and red tape, but the vibration hits different when you're wide awake. Yo, twist the knob that hits, turns the voices in the mix. Not random static, these are choices from the fix they put on the glitch. 47 Roswell saucer, kissed the desert, left the scar. Black suit swooped in, buried truth deeper than any black budget bar. Now Trump's on the stage singing very interesting docs very, very soon. Pentagon review dropping files, but we all know the full truth stays maroon. UAPs dropping blurry clips on your feed at 3 a.m. Weather balloon, lens flare, swamp gas, civilian drone. Same old spin, headphones locked up, forbidden bandwidths, number stations moaning. Innocent.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna start getting into some news. This motherfucker is alive. I don't hear anything. Let's look at some stuff. Yes, this picture. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do horror first. Horror trailers new. I'm gonna look into some kitchen floor season. This looks interesting. Why can I hear? Everything is up. Have to close it down.
Mr. Feeney
Reopen it.
420 says, was good with you, homie?
Mukbang time! What's good, brother? UFO mukbang. We should have done a UFO mukbang. Gotten things. Here, Angel or what? We'll get into the symbology of this later. They already told you what they think it is, but I have a better symbol that can disprove the Christian faith as they're looking
Mr.
at
Feeney
that.
420 says, what's the vibes tonight?
So the vibes tonight, we're definitely going to go over the UFO files. Got to get it up. War.com.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, rabbit hole stream?
War.gov. Sorry, War.gov. And then it's in UFOs. Barely touched the surface of anything. I know there's 160 some odd documents, and that's just the beginning, or should I say the tip of the iceberg, as we should say. How you doing? By the way, how you doing, Mr. Feeney? I shouldn't be so rude. How you doing, man? Rabbit hole stream. Yes, rabbit hole stream, definitely. I shouldn't be so rude, though. That was very rude of me. I didn't ask about you. How are you? And I haven't gotten your thing yet. I don't know if it came in the mail or what.
Mr. Feeney 420
I've been looking
says,
for it.
big chillin', bro, thanks for the stream.
No, thank you for coming and joining the stream and participating and helping me out with everything, dude. It's so appreciative, you know. You guys don't realize how much I appreciate you. So just know you guys are appreciative. Appreciated. So there's just a whole array of stuff here that we're looking at alone, and everybody's looking at that one specific one. I know that's tripping people out. I saw something that they actually had one alien body or something. This is a depiction of a graphic of what they saw. I wonder if they actually have the photo of this and they're just not showing it. Not yet. I think this was a very soft disclosure. I don't even know if I would call it a day of disclosure. It was disclosure, but very mild, soft, you know, only showing videos and things. But
Mr. Feeney 420 says, package might be at the post office because it's a small box.
My regular box drop. I should check it out and everything. But how you doing? How was Ozemi's stream on UAP? Now I have a lot of theories on that one image that he was showing because everybody pointed out some symbolisms. And
Mr.
stuff,
Feeney 420
and
says, thoughts on
symbol
the
that
soft
I think
UAP
is
drop?
even better than the symbol that we are talking about, specifically the Oraphim, an angel or a watcher angel that, you know, they also call them gargolims or whatever. But we'll get into that a little later. So there's a total of, I believe, 162 docs, right?
Mr. Feeney
and
420
videos and
says,
everything
Bro
like
Ozini
that.
did a solid
Just
take for how distracted he was.
scratching the surface. I was reading just one of the resources that was there, and it doesn't give you much. It doesn't give you much. He did a solid take. Cool. Good deal, man. Good deal. So I don't have much information. I honestly did not like look at anything because I wanted a true reaction. I saw parts of Ozemi's stream, yes I did, but that's honestly about it. And then I started on my own tangent looking up symbolisms and religious meanings and everything like that on just that one video. So, yeah, they're out there. They but the thing that I think is just like, okay, now they're not admitting still whether
Mr. Feeney
it's real
420
or
says,
not.
you should
They're
upload
just
your
saying
reaction
could
on
be
YouTube,
aliens.
some good title bait.
Huh, could be, but we actually know better, dude. And there's a lot of people trying to disprove this, saying, "Oh yeah, they're AI. Why would the government use AI videos at this point, especially when you could like date it 8 decades back, I think, of information. I believe somebody was saying there's about 8 decades of information going backwards that we have information on. And then we have like the you know other information based off of art and some depictions of stories that were told very very long ago. So yeah, join the fight, join the war. But anyways, we can start getting into this. Obviously there's like a little sphere looking uh alien craft there. And a lot of them are spheres. I noticed a lot of them are spheres. There's some discs obviously, but a lot of them look oblong, kind of bean shaped, kind of a pod shape type thing, except that one uh that we looked over. So it's very interesting. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you think they're soft disclosing right now, leading to a hard disclosure, or do you think we're ever going to get a harder disclosure anytime soon? Like, what are your thoughts? What's up, Growing? How you doing, bro? Oh yeah,
Mr. Feeney
total
420
soft
says,
disclosure.
yes, definitely soft
I don't
disclosure.
even know if it's disclosure at this point. It's the beginning. It's the beginning. So that's a good thing, you know.
Mr. Feeney 420 says,
Oh,
they
they
have way
have
better
way
videos
better
in
videos.
4K.
They have, like I said, we're just at the tip of the iceberg here.
Mr.
So
Feeney
it's
420
just gonna
says,
get
this
deeper
is
and
all old
deeper from
footage.
here. I think they selected, and chose what they wanted to show us, and that's it.
Growing
It's
THC says, it's just a distraction.
honestly,
Hey,
it
good to
is
see you.
a good distraction with what's going on in politics right now, and just everything else. I mean, why would we just all of a sudden be like, "Hey, let's uh let's release some of these files," and there's so much going on, so much going on. So it's a huge distraction for us to be like, "Hey, look at this. Let's not think about anything else," right? You know. So, and some other changes are about to come in the government too, I was hearing. But
Mr. Feeney 420 says, it's all convoluted
yeah, I
and
was gonna
entangled,
say something but I
unfortunately.
forgot. Um oh yeah, tomorrow I'm doing an IRL stream. I'm going to Orange County. So I'll be in Orange County. We plan to go
Mr.
to a
Feeney 420 says,
restaurant
but there's a
during the
bunch of behind the
daytime.
scenes work that
It
has been
looks it
done to
looks
get here.
awesome, dude. It looks awesome. The restaurant looks cool. So we'll be doing that. What are your guys' thoughts on so far on the disclosure?
Growing THC says, yup, at Murfini 420, those Epstein files, where they at?
Epstein files. Yep, the Epstein files. They need to release those too. They're all heavily redacted. I don't think we'll ever see the real Epstein file. Too incriminating for too many politicians.
Mr. Feeney 420 says,
right
buried.
Now. So, too incriminating. But what are your thoughts? What did you get from it? What did you take away? Because I've hardly looked into it, you know.
Growing THC says, it's a nothing burger, sadly.
It sucks. But it's nothing, but it's something. It's the start, right? It's the start. It's the beginning of something, I believe. That we'll get some information out of it. We'll extract.
Growing THC says, it's old footage, I've seen most of it.
This footage. My thing was how people were comparing that one craft to, you know, the Guardians, the Ophanim, in the Book of Enoch, the Watchers, and everything like that. So it's really interesting that we do resort to religion or religious beliefs or no religion at all, depending on what we're looking at. But if you notice, like, every chat when they looked at that video, they were saying, yo, angels, angels, angels. They don't know what the significance of those are, though. A lot of them are harbingers of the apocalypse, too. But it's not just in Christian symbology as well. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that one.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I'm a huge ufology nerd, so I like dissecting this and going down the rabbit hole kind of like a hobby.
Like a hobby, yeah. It's a good hobby to get into. You know, why not? Why not expand your mind? You know, it's all about expanding your mind. I think life is all about expanding your mind, looking deep into the things that we don't know about or want to discover. It's a great release, you know. So this is said, this was infrared still image captured.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I do believe hard facts are important and using technology
United
along with
States
science is
in
important.
December of 2025. Hard facts are definitely important, and using technology. I mean, they are very scientifically advanced, and I think if more documents
Mr. Feeney
are
420
releases,
says, so when they show us radar, that's data.
This is about money too, guys. This will be a race for countries to get these aircrafts, get a hold of this technology, and you know, basically reverse engineer it. It's a race. You know, that's one thing.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, exactly,
thinking,
hero.
You know, of right now. This is a race of getting information, as much information we know, not disclosing everything, but saying, yeah, we have it, dude. You know, and other places are gonna be like, yeah, we have it too, and let's get to the
Mr. Feeney 420 says, and we pay for it as citizens in the billions through Black Project, through private corporations.
Dissect these things and learn what we can, and it's
Mr. Feeney 420 says,
well.
so we have the right to know.
Obviously, we're going to use them as these things as weapons.
Growing THC says, race and science and technology is the new Cold War. Interesting.
Black projects through private corporations, exactly. Race and science and technology is the new Cold War. Interesting. Yes, race. It is definitely a race in science and technology. That's what we're seeking. But also, I think, I mean, honestly, this UFO thing was put in the Department of War, right? Department of Homeland Security type shit. Department of War, right? We're gonna use these things for war, obviously. You know, and it's going to be a race for war. So there was a space race, and that was just a challenge, you know,
Mr. Feeney
more of a
420 says,
challenge.
yeah, the
This is
industrial
like
military
a
compound.
race for literal war. Yeah, the industrial military compound. Yeah. The
Mr.
mass
Feeney
NASA
420
footage is
says,
pretty
the
cool. They
NASA
didn't get
footage
to
is pretty
that.
cool.
Oh, you're talking about the NASA footage where um the Apollo crew saw something on the moon and it looked like they were like withholding information on it. Yeah, yeah.
Mr.
I
Feeney
did see
420
that one.
says, yes.
It's interesting. It's very interesting. So most of these are like honestly spheres, little shadows, little videos of all these things, hot black sphere, type shit. It's some of it's interesting and most of it's not, you know, because this is all we see. This looks like a helicopter right here. I don't know if this is a helicopter and they're focusing on this. It doesn't say. Let me see. Infrared still image of unidentified objects below helicopter. Okay, yeah, so it's right here. Uh over western United States in September of 2025. Now there's documents too. Have you guys gone over the documents yet? I think I downloaded like one. Unidentified object over western United States. Okay. Some more infrared stills in western United States. Let's see. This is a depiction of what people saw. Corporation eyewitnessing reports from September 2023 of an apparent ellipsoid bright metallic object materializing out of
Growing
bright
THC
light in the
says, I guess
sky,
whatever portals they use is sphere shaped, or maybe we
130
are
to
seeing its shield.
139 feet in length, uh, and disappearing instantly. And what we were talking about too the other day was the UFOs disappearing, going into a bubble, and being able to, you know, basically create a wormhole or black hole um, through space and time. And that's what how they're using it for is they're actually manipulating space and time to go through things and everything like that. So from what people have said in like the physicist communities and everything like that, use is sphere shaped, or maybe we are seeing its shield. I mean, it definitely could be a shield. It could definitely be part of the bubble, metallic bubble or something, you know? So it's definitely crazy. It's crazy. I can't wait to get to the symbology part. Um, do you have anything interesting, Mr. Feeney, or growing you want to add? Maybe to the Discord? I did put on the Discord UFO files, or UAP files. Um, and I have a little section denoted to like government release stocks and everything like that we and pictures we can add to it. So you guys feel free to do that. You guys will be both in charge of doing that since you're my experts and stuff. And then obviously I'll be putting my own 2 cents in and everything like that. So uh, yeah, yeah.
Mr. Feeney
You
420
shared a
says,
whole
I shared
video
a
in media
video
and
in media
hard
it's
data
hard data
relating
related for educational
educational
purposes.
purposes. Okay, I did see your religious one, and we're gonna get into the religious one
Mr. Feeney
after we
420
see
says, with a timestamp.
the what I want to get into as far as religion is concerned with the timestamp. Okay, okay, I'll get to that. Don't let me forget to get to that because I've been doing that. And I want you totally to continue to post. I don't want you to feel like,
Growing
oh,
THC says, I
it's
actually had a
like
friend's
failed
girlfriend
or
see a
anything like
saucer
that,
like
and I'm
craft
not
above a
watching
light
them,
pole. She said when
but
it flew
they
away it left a
actually are.
rainbow.
I actually had a friend's girlfriend see a saucer like craft above a light pole. She said, uh, when it flew away, it left a rainbow. crazy. Maybe some water, you know, because when you think of a rainbow, it's a whole bunch of water droplets, right? Maybe they were using some kind of water energy, using energy as water, because they also found, you know, water on other planets and everything like that. And we seem to think that water hosts life. So, um, yeah, and also the connection with these ships going underwater and being able to go at various speeds that we can't reach. So, yeah, yeah. So this, I think, yeah, this is Apollo 17 mission in the moon, where the yellow box contains an enlarged area of the orbital photo, in which three lights are visible from the lunar terrain. And I was rewatching the Apollo 13, I believe, or Apollo 17 crew talk about they didn't see anything, but obviously they were covering up, and this is what they were covering up, you know. So it's very curious. See, here's another one. This one you can hardly even see. Um, Still from a video that a U.S. military operator reported as featuring UAP flying across their screen. I mean, is this it right here? Or was it any of these things? I can't tell.
Mr.
Can't
Feeney
tell.
420 says, someone did a body language analysis on that video with the Apollo
Oh,
astronauts.
really? They did a body analysis. We've always suspected they were very uncomfortable talking about that area of things, you know. So it's definitely something. Who knows? Maybe there was some more because they look like concern, you know. Unresolved UAP report, United Arab Emirates, October. Yeah, so these are the Emirates, and guess this would be it right here. Still from a video capture, United Arabs Emirates featuring reported UAP. And here we go again. We're just gonna brush right through some of them. This is, I don't know what happened there, but oh man. Okay.
Growing
See,
THC
this
says,
one looks
NASA did a
interesting
test with
right
twins,
here.
one in space and one on Earth. The one in
Infrared
space aged
still
slower.
of a black hot captured. Obviously, hot's traveling various speeds and stuff like that. I mean, we just have like a whole bunch of pictures. I don't think any of it's like real great, except for that one. Now there are documents. Have you guys looked at the documents? Where did the documents go? I know. Here they are. These are all the files right here.
Mr. Feeney 420 says,
More
is definitely coming out with better resolution.
Resolution within these weeks. So,
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I
yeah,
honestly haven't looked at the documents.
okay, reference is made to my letter to the Bureau dated July 26, 1947, entitled as above, forwarding a copy of a report furnished to be my Lieutenant Colonel, can't say it, Donald Springer, A2, 4th Air Force, Hamilton Field, California, setting forth the results of inquiries made by his office concerning the reported sighting of flying disc. As further interest of the Bureau in this regard, I can't even read. There are omitted herewith photostatic copies of three letters I don't know. Some of this is just like I have to go through this. Okay, like mainly the video stuff or the short stuff that people have already gone through are interesting. There's
Mr. Feeney
honestly
420
not
says,
much
the
except
last
the
document I
files
downloaded
here
was the
and a good
Immaculate
amount of
Constellation
pictures.
one.
Immaculate Constellation one. Let's see. See 17, but I don't see anything on 17 but US event. Orbs launching orbs. This is the last one right now, unless they added another one.
Growing THC says,
Yeah, they
Reddit has
probably
all
added
this
it.
done already.
Yeah, Reddit has all that's done already. You're totally right, bro. We should do a Reddit scan, or YouTube have already have analysis. But we saw the star thing. You guys saw the star thing, right? Um, the star looking thing. I don't want to look at this one because I want to come up with my own hypothesis. There it is. TMZ.
What stands out to you the most from this file dump?
My perspective is a little bit, it's surreal to me. It's a twilight zone. You know, George and I, we've been giving the Pentagon and the DOW a nudge to release this stuff for a long time, trying to provoke a proper response from government about transparency on UAP. We've been doing it a long time, as you know, Harvey. And, I think it's coincidental that today is the first
Space
drop,
age.
and when it's the
Yeah,
premiere of my
space
film
age
Sleeping Dog,
slower.
which is really
Yeah, they talk
born
about
out of
time.
this frustration that the government wasn't releasing
Time travel
proper
is
information.
already
I
a
haven't
Growing
gone through the whole
THC
archive.
says, yeah, I
was
think
told
people want to
directly
call
from
it the
White
chandelier.
House and by Representative Burleson that it's going to be
Chandelier.
a slow weekly release. But to what end?
I
So
call
the
it
idea
something
is we have
else.
these craft, they can perform in ways that our hardware can't. How far will they go? I'm really excited. I'm encouraged. People should be encouraged and optimistic that there's a
Growing
turn of
THC says, this
transparency.
UFO.
We've got to get to this Apollo 17 image because I've been, ever since I saw it this morning, I was like, I got to know what Jeremy thinks of this. So the image is from Apollo 17, the last lunar landing mission, and it shows, you can see the shadow
Growing
of the
THC says,
landing
it's
craft.
weird looking whatever
And
it
then in
is.
the distance, like in the sky, there are 3 dots that I don't know what it is, but I can imagine if I were one of the astronauts standing on the moon that day.
Looks like that
and
tattoo,
suddenly
Mi
there's
Vida
something that
Loca.
appears to be a
My
spacecraft
crazy life.
floating above the moon. I would freak out.
Yeah, well, I've spoken with a lot of astronauts. I hope this opens up a little bit what they can talk about and not have to walk stuff back. Even in Sleeping Dog, I do the last interview with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, 6th man to walk on the moon. And he had a lot to say about the UAP reality. So now that we have some footage, people can now analyze that. That's more data. But, I do got to say, this is the pressing issue. The public asked for 46 videos, number 2 of which George and I have already released to the public. So that list of videos, those classified videos, that is specifically what I'd like the American public to see. George and I have been exposed to them. I think some of them would be an absolute game changer. So for me, this is kind of, okay, it's a nice slow disclosure coming forward. But if they release those 46 videos, and if they don't, I suspect journalism will do their job for them.
If there are, aliens, if there are, well, the reality is they haven't tried to harm us in centuries. Right. And so, in a way, it's more comforting for me to know that there are
Growing THC says, I only trust TMZ as my news source now.
Sorry, I'm getting hungry again. Every time I'm with you guys, I'd be hungry. Let's see.
Aliens than it is Iran has a nuclear weapon or could have one.
If that's the end result, and that's where we're
That
going
cat
towards,
looks
look, these
crazy.
videos are great. The ultimate thing is we've had people raise their hand in Congress. We have fought
Mukbang.
every inch to get people to be able to testify under oath, from Navy commanders all the way to David Grush, who talked about biologics, beings. Why is it being held back? Look, we're not going to go into some ontological shock about it. People are now ready for this information.
Then what? But then, Jeremy,
So then
why is the government so? What's the motivation behind keeping it secret?
It's really simple, Harvey, and we've talked about this before, is that we want a technological advantage. It is fact that we have some of these craft, we've been exploiting them for derivative technologies. We've been exploiting them for weaponry.
That's
and
what we
all
want.
of the different countries that are technologically advanced have been doing the same. So the reason why this is held so secret, higher than weapons of mass destruction, is because we are looking for competitive advantage in warfare.
It's a race.
It's an old school way of thinking. Again, you know about nuclear science, but you can't build an atom bomb. People need to know the truth. We are being visited. They're a craft from unknown origin. They're technologically advanced, but the secrecy was put in place back in the day because they wanted to make sure that this technology that could be weaponized didn't leak out to other countries. That was the reason for the secrecy. Now we're past that.
You said that you were told there were going to be weekly releases.
Yes.
There's a phrase in the news which we call burying the lead. And I feel like if there are more impressive, as you said, there's 46 videos, there are more impressive things. Why not lead with the thing that's going to get attention, that's going to make people go, okay, there's something here we should be paying attention to. When you release things like they did today, where there's a lukewarm, at best, response to it or reaction, you lose people.
Yeah, it's going to go one of two ways. I have been exposed to, George Knapp has been exposed to, we've had people testify to, like, biologics, right? Actual beings that pilot these craft and autopsies of them. If that is true, why are they burying the lead? It's either a slow acclimation to the public or they didn't get the good stuff. Even by presidential order, this is so locked down and compartmentalized programs that they didn't get the good stuff to release. But I think that it's just going to be a slow burn.
Let's talk about your
Snoop
movie.
and Dogg. Congratulations. I was watching the trailer. This is a fascinating look at your life's work, really.
Yeah, so the cameras were turned around on me once again. You know, I gave this kid a bunch of footage, about 20 years of my footage. You see in this movie some shocking things.
Watching this, does it get you...
Mr. Feeney 420 says, they're basically leaving it up to citizens to figure it out.
This movie does a job that the government didn't fully pull off today. I think you're going to see things in the movie that have never been seen before. Sure, it tells my story and it shows you how I got here so people understand that George and I are fighting for transparency. But look, this movie is about journalism. This movie is about freedom of speech, First Amendment, and really freedom of thought. If the public is not given what we've been exposed to and they don't have that data set to look at the UAP issue, then we have a big, Houston, we got a big problem, right? so this movie really is about the right to perform
Growing
journalism.
THC says, all this for a movie.
You'll see the way that people have tried to control the narrative, tried to shut me and George down. That is documented in this movie. I wanted people to know so they can rally behind me and George. You know, this has been a treacherous path, And you can see we make a decision in the movie about our reporting. You see it in real time, and that should tell you what's coming next.
I have a slightly different take on this, and I think you're being too modest. That I remember 20 years ago when anybody who talked about what you talk about is just passed off as crazy. And, you know, tinfoil hats, fringe part of society. And you and George have just hunkered down and pushed and pushed and brought it into the mainstream. So now Congress is acknowledging it. The White House is acknowledging it. The Defense Department is acknowledging it. And you have literally transformed this whole area from crazy people to something everybody needs to know about. And that, to me, is the point of this movie. And I think it is just such a testament to what you and George have done.
Thank you, Harvey, and we're doing our best. That's the best we can do. Nothing is planned.
I'm not gonna show anything. I want to get to the actual UFO videos. Do you have the videos of the UFOs? We could. Okay, they're gonna talk about the Ophanim here. I looked it up. Yes, it does kind of look like an Ophanim, but I have something better.
A newly declassified Pentagon UFO video is igniting a storm of speculation online after appearing to show a mysterious
Mr. Feeney 420 says, "Honey, I Shrunk the Kids."
And now some are linking it to ancient biblical descriptions of angelic beings.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
The eerie infrared footage was released Friday
Mr. Feeney
as part of the
420
Trump
says,
administration's massive UFO disclosure push through the Department of War's new UFO portal. The clip, recorded by U.S. Central Command personnel in 2013, was captured using an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform. In the nearly 2-minute video, a strange glowing object can be seen moving through the sky while maintaining a bizarre star-like shape.
Okay, so we already see this shape
Pentagon
here.
documents.
What people are talking about is the Ophanim. Think of cherubim. This is an Ophanim, right? And they say, okay, it has these wheels, or it has, like, you know, these things. They say it's on fire. I didn't see any fire, right? Ophanim, Hebrew for wheels, are celestial beings described in Ezekiel's vision. Ezekiel, the wheels within wheels, full of eyes that accompany the divine chariot. It's called the chariot, okay? In Jewish tradition, and in angelology, there are considered high-rating, sleepless angels, often identified as thrones or galgamim. Okay, galgamim is also another name for them, who guards God's thrones. Okay, but this is what I think. If there's any symbology out there and it relates to that image that we saw, I want to look at what's called the Wheel of Dharma. Okay, the Wheel of Dharma. Look at this wheel. Let me see, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, what do you know? 8. Look at this. You see this one? Does that not look more like that to you?
Mr. Feeney 420 says, "Shit deep."
Little stars, not just the wheel spokes, but like little star-like things coming out. You know, the Wheel of Dharma is a practice ancient symbol of Buddhism, representing a Buddhist teaching to the path of enlightenment and the Noble Eightfold Path. One often depicted the 8 spokes. 8 spokes. There you go. 8
Growing
spokes
THC says,
the path of liberation, the path which signifies turning of teachings to spread wisdom, compassion, and liberation from the cycles of rebirth. Okay? Now, people always want to go to the Christian faith, but why aren't they looking into the Buddhist faith right here? You know? This is the wheel of law. And I think there was like as above, so below type shit.
Rolling
Was
THC says, it's a ship design
It's a
crazy.
ship design, right? It is a ship design. The wheel of Dharma is more accurate to the design than anything I've seen in symbolism and in religious context, right? Rather than Christian design or the Judaic belief of, or the Enochian belief of religion. This is, to me, the design, if it were to be the design, right? So it's it's like we have symbols for a reason. Why we have symbols, it always represents everything, but the wheel represents time. In fact, they can each be used as sundials to read time. Well, think about it. If they could be read as sundials, why can't a ship's, like that be read as sundials? It's cool. This looks more like it than anything. When I looked at that, I was like, okay, Christian faith, but I've seen this before, right? I've seen this one before. Look at this, kind of like very, but it has eight of them, and this, I mean, it's a ship. It looks like a ship. It's the closest to the design that I've seen. Like even here, right? Wheel of the Year. Here, this is a sun design, kinda like with fire. Uh, yeah, it's really cool. Like symbology is definitely cool, and we use symbology most of the time. Well, we use it with business practices, but most of the time we use it in religion and other significant things that we want to represent as us, as us as a whole. So who's to say aliens never thought of that way, or even aliens, if they are those B-52s or whatever you want to call them, they're us, right? Maybe they've found what they believe is enlightenment and they've used the symbol, or maybe they used a little bit of both symbols, harmony of religion, something like that. They found out the truth. It goes so deep down this rabbit hole. But I did put up other symbology. Watch your symbols and motifs. There's also the symbol of Metatron, and Metatron is what's his name's, like Noah's, like great grandfather or whatever, who goes with God to heaven and stays as God's right hand, basically. Don't tell me this one's not there. See, I can find symbology. Megatron. It's all powerful sacred geometry, and sacred geometry has a lot. Okay, so this is the Metatron. It's kind of a star, kind of has these spokes, but I don't know. It has more meaning, but look at all these. This one right here, looks very similar to it, and it's all sacred geometry. So I have a feeling that there's some kind of sacred geometry, or some kind of, I guess you could say, some kind of way that we're trying to portray on our ships, So there's just so much to do, so much to think. But they have the Orifim's shapes too, and yeah, it's crazy. Symbology, religion, and this UFO
Growing
definitely
THC
fits
says,
in.
the crop circle stuff have so much of it.
There's so much sacred geometry in crop circles. You're right. You're right, and that's a
Mr. Feeney
good
420 says,
call.
geometry is heavily relied upon seems like though our history.
And what about the Nazca lines too? Stuff in the Nazca lines. That's
Growing THC
interesting.
says, sacred geometry.
So sacred ge spelled geometry wrong, but it'll get it. Crop and crop circles. Look at this shit. What kind of crop circles have they come up with that might be close? 419. Look at this. This looks like Metatron circle, which it is. Look at this. This looks like the spider. Got this one. Another Metatron circle, another one. Also, if you've looked at a Dahlia before, it has the same kind of imagery as a Dahlia. That's Hinduistic practices. Sacred geometry crop circles are intricate, often overnight agricultural patterns based on ancient geographic principle like the flower of life, gold mean, and sixfold symmetry. These designs, commonly found in Wiltshire, England, represent a blend of art, mystery, and complex mathematics. Frequently interpreted as non-human messages, sacred art, or symbology representations of universal cosmic order. So honestly, like when you look at stuff like that, it has universal or cosmic order in sacred geometry. I'm talking about sacred geometry alone. It has meaning, right? It has a meaning, mathematical meaning in that. And that UFO had probably some kind of mathematical meaning. Maybe it made it more aerodynamic too. But I really think that UFO or the UAP had some kind of mathematical meaning behind it and took some sacred geometry courses and fucking flew that shit out out in the sky, you see in real crop circles. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of the crop circles have sacred geometry. Look at this. It's beautiful patterns too. Without a single muddy imprint. Right? Who knows? Maybe it's not so much a crop circle for the landing of a ship, but there's a meaning and purpose in the mathematics behind the geometry, sacred geometry. Exactly. That's what it is, sacred geometry. You got it. You got it. So they all have mathematical meanings to them. Even mandalas and stuff have mathematical meanings to them. So it's really interesting. There's so many files that I think we're just gonna watch some videos here and there of stuff that they've picked and chose for us. Um what is this? Never before seen alien footage. Is this alien footage? Somebody said they saw an X, like an actual Martian that they were holding, but I
Growing
don't know
THC
about that
says,
one.
but what's the point? They are just toying with us, whatever it is.
But what's the point? They are just toying with us, whatever it is. Um, I don't know if they're toying with us. Maybe it has meaning. Maybe it's a star system. Maybe it's some mathematical equation that they have that they're like, solve this, bitches. Like, you guys need to solve shit. Fucking, if you want it, come and get it, solve it, you know, type shit. I mean, dude, imagine if we're just a fucking zoo animal to them later on. What the fuck? Why does it say maybe there's no sound? Why am I not getting sound on here now?
Growing THC says, basically we are ants and they are the giants.
Okay. Am I supposed to be getting sound? This thing has been haunting. Why is there no
Radar.
Okay, there is sound.
What is it, son?
I guess those are just. It was not saying it was the aliens, but it was the aliens. UFO sighted in 2022. Okay. Oh, it's just going up here. It's spinning. Could there be somebody be holding that shit? Dude, I need food, bro. Whoa, that was my mouse moving on its own. My mouse was moving on its own. Fucking aliens, bro.
Celestial
What's up,
underscore
Eva?
Wolf
We're
Eva says,
looking about
hello.
aliens and stuff like that. It's all black screen.
Growing THC says, it's all black screen
It's
on
hard
this
to
end.
see this thing.
Mr.
Here
Feeney
once
420
again
says,
is
WTF.
this cool little thing. What do you guys think of the wheel of what's it called? Fuck, I forget the name. My brain farts, dude. I swear.
Celestial underscore Wolf Eva
The wheel
says,
of Dharma.
they aren't toying with us,
Instead
it's
of
control so they can
it
keep the
being a
world
Christian
trapped.
thing.
Food and energy source. Mr. Feeney 420 says, I think it's interesting you can see a smoke trail or whatever it is.
I mean, we barely have any information right now. It's just a whole bunch of pictures.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, and it's interesting only some of the UAP are visible through certain settings on
Here we go,
radar.
full compilation. This is the full compilation right here.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, it's a distraction from the S-teen files. Trump and
Not
UK
showing
royals
up.
are on the pedo
Okay.
list.
Have to go
Mr.
back.
Feeney 420 says, yeah, the way they dumped it is like a
Okay,
grab
so I
bag.
just saw that thing go by. What's that? Here's a ball. Oh yeah, we were just talking about that, Eva. We know it's a distraction. It's a distraction for everything. But it's now become a race. Between countries to get this information, whatever they can. But it is a distraction. Believe me, you're right.
Celestial_Wolf
Yeah,
Eva
the new
says,
virus.
hence the new virus
I
to
was
inject
just
the
thinking of that
population with
today.
poison again. Did you
And
know
we're-
the
we're
COVID vaccines
saying,
have that
yeah,
new virus in the
UFOs,
ingredients?
and the new virus comes out. Hardly any talk about that. I went to the hospital today to get my cast done. I was low-key afraid of getting hantavirus. I know the chances are low right now. But it's fucking crazy. But while we have it, might as well watch it. I guess every week they'll release something. But I do agree.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, if you got COVID jabs you have the new virus.
If you got COVID jabs, you have the new virus. Bro, it's COVID all over again. COVID 2.0. For sure. This report was left out.
I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, no one is smart anymore.
Like a huge...
Everyone is just dying and obeying, lol.
Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's...
Private! We have reports of an unidentified
Mr. Feeney
flying
420 says,
object. It is a
STEMI
long,
package incoming.
smooth shaft, complete with 2 balls.
That looks just like an enormous...
Wang, pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying...
Willie. Yeah. What's that? Well, it looks like a giant... Johnson.
Yes, sir.
That's how we're distracting our
You better
people
take a look
right
at
now.
this radar. What is
That's
it, son?
how we're getting distracted.
I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah.
Take a look out of starboard. Oh my God!
I like this
it
so
looks
much,
like
I'm
a
like looking into
huge.
Pecker!
Oh, yeah.
Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's...
Private!
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, oh yes, I have juicy gossip. Is it normal for a boss to lift an employee to work in his car?
To work
That looks just like an
in
enormous...
his car?
Pay attention.
Not
I was
really. I
distracted
mean, it
by that
depends
enormous
if
flying...
Willie.
they need the associate
What's that?
or
Well, it looks
whatnot.
like a giant... Johnson.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I've done it before,
You better take a look at this radar.
but I had no ill
is it,
intentions,
son?
you know?
I don't-
No ill intentions.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, he offered.
Yeah, but you already know your boss likes you. You already know that. That ain't no secret. God damn it, itches in here.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, I'm still trying to dodge that like.
What did you tell him?
Mr. Feeney 420
wish your
says,
boss
I
liked
wish my
me?
boss
Why? Is
liked
your
me,
boss
lol.
hot? Or you just want to get a raise? The things that we'll do for raises. Well, men anyway.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, I said thank you for the lift. Then I caught him on my bank holiday,
bank
in the same
holiday?
town market.
What? He was in the same market? Man.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, nope, I don't want to get a
Spying on
raise.
you.
I want attention.
Your boss is looking for some fresh meat, dude. You want attention? Do you want his attention, though? I thought you didn't want his attention.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, I will be careful then.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man.
Mr. Feeney 420
Trying to riz
says,
you.
he's trying to riz.
We all know that. I know, you're a weird as fuck,
Celestial_Wolf
you
Eva says,
You
I
like
like
weird
mind
shit.
games.
But then you're like the kind of girl that'll say yes, and a guy will be like, really, and then you'll say no. Fuck with his head a little bit. So yeah, I know my shit. You just like the attention. You don't like the man. That finger, man. 4K. This is fake.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, we all get bored at work.
I sit for hours.
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, I just love men chasing me. Real turn on.
Pretty little baby. You can ask the
We're just
flowers.
recreating it.
I sit for hours.
I think we pretty much dispelled the proof that this was an angel aircraft. Or after the angels. Because there's so much symbology elsewhere that it could be.
Mr.
Wheel
Feeney
of Dharma,
420
for
says,
example.
yeah, I just ignore women at work outside
Or
of work
closer
is
to
different.
Demonic, mostly, yeah. And, you know,
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, angel?
I was reading something
Demonic
about
mostly.
those angels coming around. That also means the
Celestial_Wolf Eva says, good.
Of, the Antichrist and the ultimate end. But oh no. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think there's evil out there. But there's also some good, I guess. But I don't think it's a religious sign. I just think it's sacred geometry, really. Or something, you know, of that nature. Like I said, it could be some kind of mathematical equation, some kind of logo, if you want to say, too. So this guy thinks it's very likely alien life would begin visiting Earth and making its presence known just as we approach AI superintelligence and advanced robotics. Now they've made their self known, I think, already. Been making themselves known from the beginning of time. You know, whether it's us from the future, and it all is paranormal too. It's not just aliens slash UFO. It's paranormal, outside the norm, right? So, but
Growing THC says, the robot uprising is still in the beginning
yeah, but
stages.
I really think when we talked about
Celestial
computers, when
_Wolfiva
the
says,
uprise
while
of
we all have
computers
died and are
began,
back in this old
we
new
thought, yeah,
timeline.
aliens will be visiting us soon. You know what I mean? With the advancements that we have in computers, we'll be visited by aliens. We also thought we'd have flying cars by now. We have flying drones that can be used for transportation coming up, uh, but that's not likely for a long time. You know, so yep, the fuck. I don't know. I'm not too like right now. I don't think the alien files are large enough, even though it's 162 files, for me to be super interested in them.
Mr. Feeney
Oh,
420 says,
interdimension
you think
definitely plays a role.
interdimension plays a
I
role.
don't think there is an interdimensional space or a veil that we can't see that leads to paranormal. Um, they can go through these dimensions. We're just not equipped to go through these dimensions yet. We don't see, touch, hear, all our senses. Can't register it yet. But I mean, basically, if you go past the speed of light and use time as a portal, it's almost interdimensional. You know, you're bending time basically. Um, I think they'd bend time and space.
Growing THC says, shamans always talked about shit like this being able to open portals high as shit.
Yeah, shamans always like to talk about opening portals and seeing different veils and shit like that while they were fucking on the hashish. But I mean, I feel like some drugs do take us to a different world. Like my experience when I got drugged
Mr.
with
Feeney
angel
420
dust
says, DMT seeing
was
reptiles.
so scary, but it was so real. And I thought, okay, well, what if it was real in the sense that it just brightened my senses, you know? And whatever it was there fucking with me like a demon, you know, some kind of shit. Because it would say things that I would never think, and it would know things that I would never know. It was crazy. Seeing reptiles in DMT. Yep. 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 What else should we go over? Because, I mean, honestly, it's the same shit. that we already know about right now. Oh shit, it's just like crazy. Gonna break my arm again, like by doing that.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, watch that new vid I sent. Mr. Feeney 420 says, if you can with the timestamp.
With the timestamp? You said you sent timestamps, right? 12 to 22. Yeah, and then we'll also look at the pastor video too. So you said 12-minute mark to the 22-minute mark, right?
Process, the vibration was removed. A lot of UAPs we observed were vibrating violently. The class 3 is no different, as it pulses and changes strength of image, if you will, of light. It does vibrate violently as it moves. So that's a class 3. 2023, actually, like the last 4 days of the event, we had a top-notch radar engineer on site, and he was able to figure out some modifications to our radar load sets, which kind of finalized, our it completed our ability to actually see the UAPs on radar. So the last 2 or 3 days, we actually had them on radar for the first time, which taught us that actually they were probably on radar more often than that. We just didn't know it yet. So we're able to actually see them on radar. I actually began working with several technology providers and encouraged them. I took the specifications from the UAPs we're noting since 21, took those specifications and worked with them to start developing drone detection technology. The UAPs actually taught us what to look for in the sky to find things that have signature management happening. So we started applying some of those lessons into modern technology developments. Those technology developments are in use by different organizations, specifically U.S. government and Department of War. But they're not in use for UAPs, they're in use for actual air defense against other technologies like hypersonics and signature managed threats. But interesting that was derived from UAP observations. Also in 2023, we saw our first class 6 and our first class 7 jellyfish. And it was nice to see coming out the gate that day 1 when the UAP showed up, we actually have them on radar. We did have the class 6 conduct some active operations against a team. What's interesting is in 2023, we segregated our UAP activity and downtime away from anything else in the environment. So we took our team of a small team of less than 10 and went out into the hills away from everyone else, just to validate that the UAPs would come to us. Note that in 23, we were running, I think, 24-hour or 18-hour operations. So it was mostly a night event, and during the day, we went off on our own to see if we could see UAPs. We've never seen a UAP at night ever on our instrumentation. That could be because they're not in the sky, because we don't see them on radar, but we do see everything else on radar. So we would assume that if they were there, we'd have them on radar as well. Previous to not having them on radar, we assumed that maybe they were coming out at night and we just couldn't see them with our electro-optical and infrared systems. So regardless, we have no data, no validation of night flight activity with UAP whatsoever. But while we were out in the hills working, and the class 6 was conducting not just signature management, but some other offensive things that I'm not at liberty to discuss, it did hit our equipment with an energy weapon. There were some other provocative actions taking place by the team at the time before those actions could be engaged or enabled. The UAP actually engaged us first. So does that indicate foreknowledge or the ability of the system operator driving, flying, or operating those craft, or the craft itself to understand our intentions? and to counter us, or does that indicate just bad timing? Very doubtful based on the other activities occurring. But interestingly, that it did engage us. We do have those signals captured. We do know the waveform used. We do know a lot of the particulars about how much energy that was and what it was directed at, if you will. At the end of the day, it did turn all of our systems to the OFF position, as in laptops, systems on battery, on generator were all turned to the off position. By the hardware itself, and I won't get into that, but there's reasons why that can occur. This is a class 6 zoomed in. It hasn't been modified. As you zoom in on these things, you do lose some clarity. So it's not, they're already very hard to image anyway. When it's not emitting the kaleidoscope of colors, it vibrates less. The vibration has been taken out again because of the positioning. You can kind of see that there where the auto tracking system is trying to latch onto it and can't because of the vibration. Just to show you, these ones actually vibrate so much that our non-modified radar load sets think that it's a propeller when it vibrates, but then when it quits vibrating, it loses color, it goes away. So it does vibrate so fast that to the human eye, it does look like there's 2 of them in the sky, but it's really just one vibrating between 2 positions. So that was 23, very fruitful year for us. 24 was the first time we were hired to support UAP targeting and tracking. We made more discoveries at this war game and at this event. And we did make an observation of our first class 8. Again in 2024, we saw all 8 classes of UAP, multiple sorties, not hundreds. I would say probably 75 or so total sorties that year. We were only there, I think, for 10 days, so it was less time than we're accustomed to. The class 8 we did see wasn't a constant descent. I think the first altitude we noted it at on radar and visually was 6,000 meters. And the last observation we have is about 300, 350 meters above ground level. Unfortunately, I was injured in a horrible accident that same day as I made that observation, which required multiple surgeries and my own fun helicopter ride out to a hospital. By the time I was able to get a team back out there, it was actually the next year with the Skywatcher team. We actually took a helicopter out there and searched. Jake Barber actually flew us around for a few hours searching for the wreckage of that class 8 in case it had crashed. We made no findings. If we had made findings, I have no doubt it would be well known. But again, what are we looking for? When we're looking for these things, we're looking for like a Roswell, weather balloon, sticks and aluminum and foil, or are we looking for, something organic, or we're looking, we have no idea what we're looking for. I would assume a black body craft of some kind, probably, but again, we don't know what we're looking for, and it's such a vast desert and very rugged, so very, very hard to find anything. So we began the Skywatcher effort. Now we adopted the name of my technology development efforts, the Skywatcher project, and pulled it into this company, and began a joint endeavor combining multiple backgrounds. So helicopter pilots, trained observers. Jake Barber brought his team, which was very well trained in observations, specifically from an Air Force mindset and tactical mindset. Very helpful to add to the team. And then we also brought in the psionics and the other folks and the other approaches to this problem set.
The Tesseract,
just to see what would happen. So there's so much to unfold there, but that's not the point of this conversation. But we did discover or have some observations of what we believe was a class 9 egg. We also churned the class 10, the Tesseract, from a developmental into actually a class. And that was based on, not on necessarily more data, although more data was collected. It was actually based on just more observations and determining that the class 10 wasn't a different class. We try to reserve classification until we have sufficient data, except for the egg. All 11 classes have had a multitude of data on hand before we actually call it out. So with the Skywatcher team, we actually did some new things. With the other events we'd run, we'd never had an opportunity to actually conduct an intercept. So we did start vectoring. I would hop on the helicopter with the pilots, and then the ground team would vector us to the UAPs, and we try to intercept about 25 of them. It's really hard to do a thing like air-to-air intercepts. I'm not an Air Force pilot nor an Air Force anything. Go Army. But it's a very difficult operation to run, especially when you're doing other things like trying to track an anomalous air vehicle. So, we'd see the UAP coming in, maybe say to our north, deviate from their, west to east flight path, just call it that. When we see them deviate down, if they're low enough for the helicopter to do an intercept, then we'd get ready, try and get off the ground before they were 10 kilometers or closer. Then we would begin our flight, climb to altitude to try to intercept them before they were directly over us, and then be able to pursue them for the next 10 kilometers before they finished their egress. And we did that because we wanted to have them on radar and on camera, and because we had to be vectored into them. We learned a lot by being in close proximity to the UAPs. Namely, on the bottom left of the screen, you can see, we're about 200 meters, 150 meters away from actually the Class 8 Hornet. And the ground team and the photo with the helicopter is actually the same event. So you see in that screen grab, the helicopter that we're in, and with Jake's pilots, and the Hornet.
Where exactly were they at the time?
They were saying, "Hey, look out your left window. There it is, right your left window." We've never seen a UAP from the air ever. But from the ground, obviously they could see us and the UAP in multiple bands of multiple spectrums of camera, and they could see us both on radar, so they're vectoring us. And frankly, we were worried in the air, like, we don't want to have a midair here. Like if we can't have radar and EO/IR coverage, then we can't do air-to-air intercepts because we haven't seen them from the sky yet. But we were able to experience some effects of their propulsion systems by being in proximity. So that was very interesting. Obviously, in the future, we'd love to have a camera ball that can see in multiple bands, so we can actually do a true air-to-air intercept and not have to break it off when we got to set a range of our own instrumentation. So,
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I think California desert or near military base.
See, is this where you wanted us to watch it from? Mr. Feeney? She explained the ships. Near military base or California desert. That's interesting. All the different types of spaceship classifications. Very interesting. Very interesting. I need to get to your other
Mr.
one.
Feeney 420 says, I know it's a little boring, but it's data.
About religion. But it's data. Yeah, definitely it's data.
The pastor says...
Oops. Let's get to the hot one here. Christina. She's smart too.
The pastor says faith leaders are quietly being pulled into a meeting with men identified as being from the U.S.
You know what? I'm gonna get food really quick first, but we're gonna get into this, and then do you guys want to watch another movie today? I know you weren't there. We saw a really good movie called They Will Kill You yesterday. You missed it, Feeney. You missed it. What did you think of the movie? We'll do an alien-inspired movie today, though. Like, we'll do an alien-inspired movie today. What did you think of
Mr. Feeney 420
that
says,
yesterday,
for sure, homie.
Growing? If you're still there. I mean, did it remind you a little bit of like a Kill Bill type weird horror type thing? Bro. Yeah, I need to eat something. Got my ice creams.
Growing
like
THC says,
Yeah,
it was good, I liked it.
I think it's a good action-packed movie. Here, play some songs. Play some songs while I go. Let me get the songs up really quick. Where's...
Growing THC says, yeah, a good horror movie, Chessie, with some parts.
Cheese, definitely cheese. Some parts of definitely cheese. It has to be cheese. Cheese makes it good. Don't you like cheese? I like cheese on my pizzas. I like cheese in my burritos. I said Natrix. I'm going to take a quick break so you guys can play music. No, playing. No, I don't want that one.
Growing THC says, I seen some great horror movies. I have high expectations for the new Evil Dead.
Oh, the new Evil Dead. I'm so excited for it. I am so excited for that.
Growing
movie.
THC says, new.
I'm kind of excited for Passenger, but that might be a miss, and the back rooms. But I'll be right back. Play music. Play music. Yeah, play some music.
Self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. Wake up! Grab brush and put a little makeup. I just got to fade away. Why'd you leave the keys upon the table? Here you go. Create another fable. You wanted to. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. You wanted to. I just got to fade away the shake up. You wanted to. Why'd you leave the keys upon the table? You wanted to. Well, I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. In my self-righteous suicide, I cry when angels deserve to die. Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Father, into your hands, why have you forsaken me? In your eyes, forsaken me. In your side. Why cry when angels deserve to die?
¿Qué tenemos, DJ, rápidamente? Que comience la fiesta.
Mesa, mesa, mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Le mando a la niña. Mesa que más aplauda, sí. Mesa que más aplauda, no. Mesa que más aplauda. Le mando a la niña. Sa, yakuza, yakuza. Sa, yakuza, yakuza. Sa, yakuza, yakuza. Sa, yakuza, yakuza.
Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes. Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes.
Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza.
Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes. Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes.
Mesa que más aplauda, sí. Mesa que más aplauda, no. Mesa que más aplauda, le mando a la niña. Mesa que más aplauda, sí. Mesa que más aplauda, no. Mesa que más aplauda, le mando a la niña. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza.
Y los doctores, y los ingenieros, y los licenciados, y los arquitectos, los contadores, y los maestros,
Yakuza, yakuza.
y los albañiles, el obrero, el herrero, el carpintero, y los choferes, y todo el mundo,
Yakuza, yakuza.
y los malandros, y los huevones, los hijos de papi, y los juniors, y los fresas, los que le roban el dinero a mamá y se lo gastan en clima.
Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza. Yakuza, yakuza.
Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes. Tú me aplaudes, que tú me aplaudes.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Mesa, mesa, mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Le mando a la niña. Mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Mesa que más aplauda. Le mando a la niña.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Los de Río Medio, Buena Vista, Maniobrista, Quinta Etapa, Médano del Perro, la 21, la Cuauhtémoc, Colonia Centro, Zaragoza, La Huaca, Costa de Oro, Costa Verde, el Virginia, el Reforma, Mocambo, Boca del Río, el Manantial, la Carranza y todo el mundo.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Y los de Tabasco, los poblanos, los chilangos, de Durango, de Sonora, Sinaloa y todo el mundo.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Y los de Acapulco, Guadalajara, Guanajuato, Nuevo León, Tijuana, Reynosa y los de Tepito.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Los de Jalapa, Orizaba, los de Córdoba, Costa Rica, Minatitlán, Coatzacoalcos, Ciudad Mendoza, Alvarado, Ciudad Cardel y los Jarochos.
Yakuza, yakuza.
El Irapuato, el Monarca, el Monterrey, el Necaxa, el Toluca, el Cruz Azul, los Pumas, las Chivas, el América,
Que chingue a su madre.
arriba los tiburones.
Yakuza, yakuza.
Que todo el mundo aplauda, que todo el mundo aplauda, que todo el mundo aplauda. Le mando a la niña. Mesa que más aplauda, mesa que más aplauda.
Yo.
Mesa que más aplauda, le mando a la niña. Mesa que más aplauda.
I'm back.
Mesa que más
Sorry,
aplauda.
I was making gyoza.
Le mando a la niña.
I was stir frying my gyoza. I love Feel Good Inc. Gorillas are one of my favorite bands.
Windmill, windmill for the land, the forever hand in hand. Take it all out on your stride. It is taking falling down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in?
Laughing gas, these hazmats, fast cats, lining them up like ass crack. Ladies, ponies at the track, it's my chocolate attack. Shit, I'm stepping in harder this year. Yeah, been repping in harder this year. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha 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 ha. Yo, we gon' ghost town, this Motown with your sound. You in the blink, gon' bite the dust, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink, so don't stop, get it, until you chat ahead and watch the way I navigate. Ha 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 ha.
Their new CD does suck though.
Windmill, windmill for the land, the forever hand in hand. Take it all out on your stride. It is taking falling down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in?
Don't stop, get it. Deep high, you captains in it, steady. Watch me navigate.
Growing THC says, haven't listened to them in years feels like.
Deep high, you captains in it, steady. Watch me navigate.
Yes, sir. Good song. How you guys doing? I just finished eating too, right at the time the song ended. Alright, we're gonna get into Mr. Feeney's other one about religion. Should be interesting for me because I really love this type of stuff.
Faith leaders are quietly
Let's see.
being pulled into a meeting with men identified as being from the U.S. government. And the message was that a release on UFOs and craft of non-human origin is coming. Days later, the FBI director confirmed his agency has already handed its first batch of documents to a White House interagency committee. And David Grush just mentioned that the next 60 to 90 days are going to escalate fast. Hey, ufologists, I'm Christina Gomez, and welcome to this episode of UFO News Updates. Let me start where the story actually broke. Pastor Perry Stone went public last week with the claim that a group of pastors were invited to a specific state to hear from men identified as being from the U.S. government and others. Take a listen to this.
What they're about to release, from what we're hearing, there's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft that some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear
My
being
uncle
released.
is a pastor.
According
I
to his
wonder
accounts,
what
the
he
briefing
would
referenced
say to me
crafts that
about
have been
this.
recovered, materials not believed to originate on this planet, and what he describes as strange reptilian-looking creatures. He also tied the claims to filmmaker Steven Spielberg, saying Spielberg is preparing a film based on research presented to him on this topic. Stone said the men in the briefing told the pastors to expect two reactions from the public. One group will lose faith entirely, the other group will turn to ministers asking what is real and what is not. And then a second story broke on the same subject.
Well, I've got to say,
Growing
this was one of the
THC
most
says he would
unusual
probably say
meetings
it's
I've
demons,
ever
but I
been a
could be
part of,
wrong.
where the three of us, along with maybe three others, it seems like a half a dozen people, were gathered in an Airbnb in the mountains of Tennessee, discussing an investigation that's going on in the United States government against crimes they have committed in the process of retrieving and reverse engineering technology from non-human intelligence. The meeting also went forward to discuss the propaganda plan that was in place leading up to disclosure.
According to that broadcast, the meeting covered an active investigation into crimes committed during the retrieval and reverse engineering of technology of non-human origin. The same group
Most likely
surfaced
they
a
would say
date
it's
that has been
demons, bro.
circulating quietly online.
I'm just curious
July
what
8th,
his...
the
'cause he's
anniversary of
very
the
into
1947
theories,
Roswell
though,
event.
too.
It is believed that Donald Trump may be planning to do a release on July 8th on the anniversary of Roswell. So that's a lot of the conversation that's being had. However, I would say don't get too excited. I think Trump, like any good politician would do, or bad politician, however you want to look at it, is holding on to this for an opportune moment.
So whether that date actually holds is another question. Sources on the same broadcast cautioned that the administration may use the anniversary symbolically while reserving deeper hold for a different moment. Filmmaker and researcher Mark Christopher
Did you
Lee
guys
echoed
hear
a similar time.
that the release of the documents was released right after the day of prayer or something? So that's interesting.
Line recently, but then walked back,
At
saying
Streamlabs
he
says,
believes
"Thank
it was
you for
fed
following
misinformation." So, does the
fruit.
July 8th carry any real weight?
W for the follow. Yeah, the follow.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, didn't know that.
Hear it. W for the follow. You guys hear that? Am I the only one that doesn't hear it? All right. Good. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's dive back in. Oh shit, I had it going. Now I can't hear this bitch. Oh man, what happened? Why does it always have to happen? Let's go back to the thing later. Still working. Let's see. Let's go back.
Being pulled into a meeting with men.
It was like 4:34.
With men identified as being information.
This information very soon. We are all for it. There's nothing in this subject that we're talking about that we don't want released. Our job at the FBI is to work with the White House and DOW give them the information, and then they're going to put that out in a methodical process. And you're going to start seeing those releases literally happening in the very near future. We just met on it.
When Hannity pressed him on whether the U.S. has been recovering any kind of alien biological material, Patel chose his words very carefully.
Do you think we've ever recovered alien forms?
I don't have any information on that specific.
Notice the framing here. He didn't deny it. He just said that he didn't have the information on that specifically, which is the kind of carefully worded answer that leaves room for a plausible deniability. As noted in Patel's own description of the agency's record release pattern, the Bureau handed over 41,000 pages of documents to Congress in 14 months, compared to roughly 14,000 documents in the prior decade. Where do those files come from? From the deep depths of the archives, or are they recent filings? There is more, and you're going to want to stick with me for the next part, because David Grush put a very specific window on the table that nobody else has, so don't go anywhere. David Grush sat down with Chris Farrell on the Judicial Watch, and Grush is now serving as a special advisor to Congressman Eric Burleson, and this is the most operationally focused conversation he has given in months.
I do have confidence that it's going to escalate in the next 60 to 90 days, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. I certainly know what Congress is doing, and I won't reveal that here, but I do see a lot of pressure to get the substantive empirical holdings that I've talked about, not videos or anything like that, out in the ether. And I'm hoping that's the case, but there's certainly a lawfare strategy, class action, multi-plaintiff lawsuits, RICO, other strategies to kind of pierce the veil on this. If it needed to come to that.
So Grush explained that the interrogatives have
Growing
already been sent
THC
to
says,
CIA
I find the
and other
aliens baddies
agencies,
files, it's
that
all
Chairwoman
redacted.
Anna Paulina Luna is pushing the Department of Defense to declassify roughly 46 videos, and that members
all
are
the
preparing
alien
to
baddie
use
files
subpoena
are
power
redacted.
if the agencies stall, which they already have. And one question of how many recovered craft of non-human origin the U.S. holds, Grush said more than one and fewer than 100.
So in some
and that
way
is
you're
the
gonna have
most
to probe
specific
them.
public range that we've ever given. Even though that sounds really vague, that's the best we've gotten so far. He said that the meaning shifted across decades, starting in the Truman and Eisenhower era and moving through the National Security Council, the Atomic Energy Commission, the CIA's old Office of Policy Strategy, and eventually the major defense contractors. Around
Mr. Feeney 420
when the
says,
global
right.
war on terror began, much of
probing
the program
aliens.
was transferred to private contractors, and that move pulled it outside of Freedom of Information Act reach and outside of routine congressional oversight. And this connects directly to a warning from the Joseph Z broadcast.
The meeting we were in, Tony, they said this. They said the government has been told a lie. The government believes that lie, and that is what they are going to reveal to us. They're going to reveal a lie to us.
Grush made a similar point in his own way, and he said any document released will be heavily redacted, and the public should not assume the most important holdings would be the first batch. The strategy, as he described it, is to guide the public towards disclosure without ever defining what is being disclosed. He also raised the possibility that a foreign government could also move first.
In Brazil, the former defense secretary in Brazil is running for president right now, and he said if he gets elected president of Brazil, he will release what the Brazilian government knows about this topic, and that, he said that public record. So it's funny you say that. There's actually a possibility that even Brazil might release stuff just based on the statements of a current candidate for president down there.
That candidate has stated publicly that if elected, he will release what the Brazilian government knows on the UAP topic. But how many times have we heard that in the USA? Jimmy Carter, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, and Trump have all said the same thing too, and nothing really happened. Brazil has its own documented history here, including the Operação Plato in 1977 and the Varginha, Brazil incident in 1996. The Brazilian military maintained an active UAP investigation file long before ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and if a head of state in South America moves before Washington does, the framing of disclosure could possibly change overnight. The real question is what every other country is waiting for. Why is the world looking to the US to move first on this? Any government could release that at any time, but none of them have. Grush suggested President Trump issue a document preservation executive order to prevent what has happened before. He referenced a burn bag and a shred event at a specific agency in the mid-1990s, when the Clinton administration was rumored to be considering disclosure. Records were destroyed. The same pattern erased significant portions of different psychological government-funded operations. And Grush also noted that after his Senate testimony in late 2022, physical holdings were reportedly relocated. If a release is coming, the material needs to be secure before any agency has the chance to move it again. Now here is the part that we really need to ask ourselves. If this is real, why are only pastors being briefed? Not rabbis, not imams, not leaders from any other faith tradition.
Because
the U.S. is not a single faith country, and a release of this scale would affect every belief system on this entire planet. So why narrow it to one group in one audience?
Maybe
it
to
also
see,
winds up a
test.
little too cleanly with demonic framing Vice President J.D. Vance has been pushing publicly recently, where UAP and non-human intelligence get described in spiritual warfare terms. David Grush addressed that framing in his Judicial Watch interview, and he said it is theologically premature to label any of this as demonic when we do not yet know what we're actually dealing with. So are pastors being briefed because the government genuinely wants the public prepared? Or is the briefing itself part of the same narrative the demonic angle has been building towards
I
for
think
years?
it's definitely a
Because
test on
if it's
to
the
see how
second
the
one, this is
pastors
not
will
a
react and
warning
how
about
their
disinformation.
congregation
This
will
is
act.
the disinformation. What do you
They only
think?
sold a
Leave your
group
thoughts
of
in the
pastors.
comments
They didn't
below.
tell all the
I'm Christina
pastors.
Gomez, and that's it for today. I will see you
You wanna
again
see what's
tomorrow
going
at 10
on,
a.m.
dude?
PST for another UFO news
Hey,
update. Be
Christina.
safe, and remember, keep your eyes
Miss
on the
Gomez.
skies.
I need to make more videos like this.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, why she gotta be such an alien baddie?
Totally an alien baddie, bro. Morgan Freeman? Who's Morgan Freeman? I look like Morgan Freeman? Yes, this is Morgan Freeman.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, the one that got away.
Yes, Morgan Freeman. We are going to sit here and talk about aliens. I know he talking about the wrong guy here. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome to the chat, Fallout. Welcome. We welcome you to the chat. Why am I using like an Indian accent? No. Allen Iverson, okay.
You might want to
Are you in Philadelphia? Are you a 76er? You're probably just as black as I am. I'm just kidding. I just had to say it. I had to say it. Sorry. Don't cancel me. You gotta sacrifice an Asian child. Be right back. Okay, you go sacrifice that Asian child. Let me know how it goes. And tell me all about it. How you did it. What you did. Did you spill its blood? Did you lop off its head? So bad. I'm so awful. Back didn't see it coming. Literally. The baby obviously didn't see it coming. Damn, you did that quickly, bro. You did that quickly. You eliminated and sacrificed. Who did you sacrifice the Asian child to? Who did we sacrifice that Asian child to? You know who they're in debt to. They must be in debt to you. Must be in debt to you, man. Wouldn't that be nice, dude? Like, Jupiter? Oh, man. Oh, man. That's funny, bro. They're in debt to the Jupiters.
Clench your butt cheeks and get your Glocks out because they confirmed the UFOs and aliens disclosure. We just ended up getting the alien disclosure and people are going nuts over that. People are pretty much divided. A lot of people are disappointed as always. And apparently these images are also going around, which we will talk about in depth in just a little bit because a lot of people are very much divided on these. Some are going apeshit on it and others are saying these are just the studio lights because the moon landing was fake and all that. So a lot of people don't believe in the moon landing, and a lot of people are the ones that are believing it. They are also going apeshit on it. But man, one thing I gotta say, we'll talk about it.
Come back in again sometime.
Crazy times, man. You have to agree. Crazy times. Who would have thought that we would be living in these times where officially, the government, the president of the United States, whether you love him or hate him, would be talking about aliens and UFOs openly, right? I mean, he's the disclosure president, I guess. But yeah, thank you for all the love on the videos recently. First of all, you're gonna want to see this one out. So this is Jeremy Corbell's response to this entire aliens narrative. Check this out. Roll it.
For a long time, trying to provoke a proper response from government about transparency on UAP. We've been doing it a long time, as you know, Harvey. And, I think it's coincidental that today is the first drop and when it's the premiere of my film Sleeping Dog, which is really born out of this frustration that the government wasn't releasing proper information. I haven't gone through the whole archive.
And quickly though, apparently they are saying this has been confirmed now. This is just one of many drops for the UFO disclosure. So whether you're a believer or a non-believer, whatever you believe in, these are exciting times. These really are, or at least for me, these are exciting times. Or maybe it's not exciting times. Maybe these aliens are not vegan. I hope these aliens are vegan, man. I don't want to be eating. I don't want them to be eating our dogs and ourselves as well. Otherwise, it's gonna be a fast situation. But they are saying that there will be part 2 coming. And that's going to be bigger than today. I hope so. It's happening in less than 30 days. That's what Anna Paulina Luna said.
Was told directly from the White House and by Representative Burleson that it's going to be a slow weekly release, but to what end? So the idea is we have these craft, they can perform in ways that our hardware can't. How far will they go? I'm really excited. I'm encouraged. People should be encouraged and optimistic that there's a turn of transparency.
We've got to get to this Apollo.
That's kind of debatable. I mean, depending on your beliefs and depending on how much you got burned by the government, you're gonna believe one thing over the other. And understandably, listen, man, understandably.
I gotta know what Jeremy thinks of this. So the images from Apollo and the last lunar I gotta know what Jeremy thinks of this. So the images show Apollo. You can see the shadow of the landing craft, and then in the distance, like in the sky, there are 3.
Mr. Feeney 420 says that song is funny.
I don't know what it is, but I can imagine if I were one of the astronauts standing on the moon that day, and suddenly there's something that appears
Mr.
to
Feeney
be
420 says, "Let it breath."
Spacecraft floating above the moon, I would freak out.
Yeah, well, I've spoken with a lot of.
They confirmed aliens on the moon, and this one is very fascinating to me, right? whether you believe that moon landing happened or not, yeah, put it in the comments, because there's one group that believe the moon landing is real, that happened. Another group believes that it never happened. We never went to the moon. We never went to the moon. It's
Hold
fake.
on, I'm trying
You're
to
right.
do something.
So
really.
never happened. We never went. People pretty much divided on it. Now, the third theory suggests that we did go to the moon, but we saw those bloody alien twats there. We saw those UFOs there, those twat ship UFOs there. And that's a part, I don't know whether that's real or not, okay? But, you know, the mind definitely wanders, and it's curious at times, right? And this has been a conspiracy theory for a longest time, that we did go to the moon, but the videos were fake. They airbrushed them videos. NASA has been lying. And because the astronauts saw the UFOs, you know, in space, on the moon surface, while they were walking on the moon, they saw those UFOs, those twat ship alien UFOs. That's why they never showed us the real footage, and the footage that they showed us was actually filmed in a Hollywood studio. That's one of the conspiracy theory, and this has been theorized for such a long time that, honest to God, this is batshit crazy that they would release something like this today, right? Yeah, and of course, people are very much like
Growing
divided on
THC
it,
says,
understandably,
McDonald's iced
and,
coffee.
Respectfully and rightfully so, right? You gotta ask questions, absolutely, right? And a lot of other people are quite underwhelmed by it too, but this is one of those parts that is, I would say this is probably the most fascinating part, alongside that 4 feet tall, we'll get to that, breaking news, FBI files revealed reports of 4-foot-tall beings emerging from UFOs. I mean, that is also batshit crazy. I would say this and this moon UFOs thing, this is by far the best ones, or I guess the highlights of this first UFO disclosure, or UFO disclosure season 1. They're calling it volume 1, everybody, volume 1. Yeah, because if true,
streaming on
yo,
YouTube?
that's insane. I mean, this has been one of the conspiracy theories for a longest time, and if this turns out to be legit, holy crap.
Hold on.
Yeah, they have been hiding this since 1969, 1972s. Other people are saying that these are just the studio lights, so you have that angle to it as well. And apparently there have been recordings that came out, or audio recordings, not necessarily video, unfortunately, where the astronauts are claiming to have seen bogies, I believe that's how you say. Thank you for subscribing, welcome on in. The bogies are referring to UFOs flying around. Photos of UFOs observed on the moon during the Apollo 12 mission in 1969 have just been published. Yeah, holy shit, man. That's insane. If true, because you gotta understand that these has been conspiracies for a longest time.
Astronauts, I hope this opens up a little bit what they can talk about and not have to walk stuff back. Even in Sleeping Dog, I do the last interview with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, 6th man to walk on the moon. And he had a lot to say about the UAP reality. So now that we have some footage, people can now analyze that. That's more data. But, you know, I do got to say, this is the pressing issue.
Yeah, look at that
the public asked for 46 videos, number 2 of which George and I have already released to the public. So that list of videos, those classified videos, that is specifically what I'd like the American public to see.
He's referring to those 46 videos that we actually heard about. Initially, it was just a rumor and a leak from Jeremy Corbell and other people, but then later on, it was confirmed that, yup, Anna Paulina Luna, representative, U.S. representative that has also been behind this very first UFO disclosure drop that we got today, she also confirmed that they were trying, the Pentagon, to release 46 different UFO videos, but ultimately, they denied it. But today, however, they released this part 1, and now there are also rumors going around that the 3-letter agency, I don't want to name it because last time I said it on YouTube, I don't know if that's what
Growing
caused
THC says, so there really is 46 vids, I gotta see them.
It happened to me, so I'm gonna, it starts with the letter C and ends with the letter I, and then there's I in the middle. I guess you got it, okay, you got it, yeah. So that group, and there's another group that is blocking Trump from releasing the UFO files, okay? Whether you love Trump or not, we're not talking about that. I'm not in the US, so, you know, but he is the disclosure president, and this is a rumor right now on the block. And initially, we heard that 46 videos were supposedly gonna come out. Pentagon blocked it, and those 46 videos are supposedly the high definition UFO videos. Actual HD videos, we're gonna see the details. Now, how much of that is true, I couldn't say, but what has been confirmed is, yup, Pentagon did block those 46 UFO videos. But we're gonna get it eventually. That's what they're saying. I guess, I hope so. Let's get to it.
See, George and I have been exposed to them. I think some of them would be an absolute game changer. So for me, this is kind of, okay, it's a nice slow disclosure coming forward. But if they release those 46 videos, and if they don't, I suspect journalism will do their job for them.
You know, and we'll get to this part in a second. This is Representative Eric Burleson. I mean, you can see he's fuming and he's mad. He's like, he's threatening right now. If they don't release the UFO files, if they don't release the UFO videos, I'm gonna release it. We'll get to that. Okay, quickly though. Gotta take a second to shout out you guys, especially the homie Zach, the homie Gray. Yeah, everything reminds me of those gray alien twats right now. Shout out to the homie Gray, Jennifer, Chico, my brother, Davey, X-Reap, Fly in New York, Dark Tower, Oliver, Joseph, Nathan, Shelly, Brody, Lizma. Thank you guys so much for all the love on the channel, for being members, for becoming brand new members.
At Kicklet says, your watch time is 3D 13 hours, 20 minutes.
If there are aliens, then it is Iran has a nuclear weapon, or could have one.
If that's the end result, and that's where we're going towards, look, these videos are great. The ultimate thing is we've had people raise their hand in Congress. We have fought every inch to get people to be able to testify under oath, from Navy commanders all the way to David Grush, who talked about biologics, beings. Why is it being held back? Look, we're not going to go into some ontological shock about it. People are now ready for this information.
Then what? But then, Jeremy, why is the government so? What's the motivation behind keeping it secret?
It's really simple, Harvey, and we've talked about this before, is that we want a technological advantage. It is fact that we have some of these craft, we've been exploiting them for derivative technologies, we've been exploiting them for weaponry, and all of the different countries that are technologically advanced have been doing the same. So the reason why this is held so secret, higher than weapons of mass destruction, is because we are looking for competitive advantage in warfare. It's an old school way of thinking. Again, you know about nuclear science, but you can't build an atom bomb. People need to know the truth. We are being visited. They're craft from unknown origin. They're technologically advanced, but the secrecy was put in place back in the day because they wanted to make sure that this technology that could be weaponized didn't leak out to other countries. That was the reason for the secrecy. Now we're past that.
You said that you were told there were going to be weekly releases.
Yes.
There's a phrase in the
Anna Polina Luna, representative, has confirmed that there will be the next batch. Next batch, season 2. Get ready. Coming in less than 30 days. But he's saying that he has heard every week. I mean, yo, listen, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Now, some people are saying this is part of Project Blue Balls, Project Bluebeam, and maybe it is, okay? Maybe it is. But these are exciting times. Why now? Exactly. Is it a distraction from a distraction that happened recently? Is this distracting us from that distraction that happened previously? A distraction of a distraction of a distraction of a distraction?
Yeah.
Maybe, perhaps. Maybe we'll find out together. But one thing is for certain. It's coming, fellas. It is coming. Yup. Lock them doors. Lock them doors, because the Martians are here. Lock yourselves in the basement.
News, which we call burying the lead. And I feel like if there are more impressive, as you said, there's 46 videos, there are more impressive things. Why not lead with the thing that's going to get attention, that's going to make people go, okay, there's something here we should be paying attention to. When you release things like they did today, where there's a lukewarm, at best, response to it or reaction, you lose people.
He is 100% right, and people are, I've seen like so many people that are disappointed with it, and understandably. Now, there are different angles to it. One group is obviously balls deep into this topic, and I'm assuming like most of you guys have been balls deep into this UFO topic, and this has literally done nothing for the hardcore people, the ones that actually believe in the phenomenon. This is just basically reiterating the same facts, and you know, if you're a moon landing believer and you see this image, you're like, holy crap, I heard about it decades ago. Whoa, now it has been confirmed. If you're moon landing or moon landing never happened, if you're that group, you're like, well, studio lights, whatever, that's bull squash, right? So literally that's what happened today. And if you're somebody that is that do not believe in extraterrestrial life, then this is not gonna change your mind, right? What I think is happening is this is them just slowly rolling out, so it doesn't come as a shock to the NPC, because there are a lot of people that never talk about these topics. Maybe they're not interested in it, or they believe the sky is green, or whatever bull squash.
The
okay?
movie
so
is going to be
I truly
so
do
dope
believe that
now,
this is just
especially since we have
very much
disclosure.
lukewarm, right? This is just the beginning phase. This is just to catch the NPCs up to speed, because if they come out tomorrow and release like the alien body images or everything like
Mr.
that,
Feeney 420
then I guess
says,
that would become,
right.
that would be a shock. Perhaps not to you, because either you're gonna believe it or you're not gonna believe it, and that's about it. But you gotta understand that there are a lot of NPCs, people that don't give, I guess, don't care, don't know, don't believe, or don't even want to talk about it. Right? For them, it's probably gonna be a shock. That's my best educated guess, honestly. Though I want to know, there are also other multitude of reasons too. Yeah, put it in the comments.
Yeah, it's going to go one of two ways. I have been exposed to, George Knapp has been exposed to, we had people testify to, like, biologics, right? Actual beings that pilot these craft and autopsies of them. If that is true, why are they burying the lead? It's either a slow acclimation to the public, or they didn't get the good stuff. Even by presidential order, this is so locked down and compartmentalized programs that they didn't get the good stuff to release. But I think that it's just going to be a slow burn.
Let's talk about your movie, dog. Congrats.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. Shout out to him.
Growing THC says the timing is not a coincidence. People are going to be making a ton of money free advertising.
And before I show you, let's actually quickly talk about it, because this is absolutely apeshit. Now, some are not believing in this because there is something to do with, because it's like eyewitness report, and somebody like wrote it in a book, something like that. There is like the opposite angle to it as well. I want to be upfront and honest with you, right? I do believe that we're not alone. Okay, I have been very honest with you guys. You don't have to believe it though, because I have seen a lot of you guys' comments. I read a lot of you guys' comments. A lot of you don't believe into it, but you watch it because fascination, right? Entertainment purposes, and the mind definitely wanders. And even people that don't believe in it, they want to know the truth. That's one thing in common that the believers and the non-believers have. We just want to know the dang truth. Maybe it's all fake. Maybe it's angels and demons. I obviously I believe in God, and I believe that God has created other beings, other life forms, angels and demons too. But angels and demons, to me, they are different, and I'm not gonna put limits on God. I believe that God, if God has created us, all the life on the planet, He surely can create like other lives out there as well. If what they tell us is true, right? There are billions of galaxies within each galaxy. There are billions of planets. Religion aside, beliefs aside, mathematically speaking, it's impossible for us to be alone. That's my angle, but obviously you don't have to believe in it. I've been seeing like the opposite angles too, that these are just angels and demons. Some believe that they're not real at all, and this is Project Blue Balls and Project Bluebeam. And maybe that's what it is. Honest to God, maybe that's what it is. But regardless of what it is, we just want to know the dang truth. If this is fake, let us know. But I guess now we're too out there. I guess they're going with the UFO narrative, right? Or maybe these are angels and demons. If that's the case, I really hope they tell us that. So here we go. Breaking news. FBI files reveal reports of 4-foot-tall beings emerging from UFOs.
Yeah, they had a video.
Oh she, bloody bollocks, mate.
Video,
FBI files on UFOs just got weirder.
Growing THC says, LOL Project Blue Balls.
Which is crazy that now it's coming out. A 1966 memo sent straight to the longtime FBI director J. Edgar Hoover talks about 4-foot beings in spacesuits stepping out of UFOs, crafts hovering silently, then disappearing at fantastic speeds, plus wreckage made of metals nobody could identify. And yeah, military pilots, cops, and civilian defense officials were all mentioned as witnesses. So these are the witnesses, right? Cops, officials, and whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. Officials still say these are just summarized witness accounts, not confirmed evidence. Still seeing this stuff hitting on an official government website after 60 years feels surreal. And that's the thing, right? Absolutely. So many of these were just conspiracy theories, man. Holy crap. And you surely can pause and read it if you want to, but I just gave you the summarized version. Man, a few witnesses have reported seeing crewmen who head landed from the objects who are described as 3.5 to 4 feet tall. So tiny little alien twats, brothers. Gotta be them gray alien twats wearing what appear to be spacesuits and helmets. Yeah, so they got helmets. Yeah, they care about the protection, right? Breaking update.
That's the picture.
Update on the strange alien looking image in the recent release, Government UFO Files. It is allegedly a negative photo of a strange dead alien.
This was a
that was
picture I was
found in a
talking
UFO
about.
crash site near New Mexico. Is this a Roswell one? Okay, that I don't know. It mentioned that the creature was transported to Germany and never seen again. So that's the sketch of it, okay? And this is one of those images. So apparently this is a dead alien being that the military, you can see, are like holding him. So that's short. A controversial photograph shows a strange dead being, supposedly a member of the crew of a UFO that crashed near New Mexico City in the 1950s. Yeah, so I don't think this is Roswell. This is after Roswell, because there was another crash that happened after Roswell. If you're balls deep, you know.
Rolling THC says,
apparently
people
the
are saying it's
creature
just a monkey.
was transported to Germany
monkey,
for
huh?
examination and was never seen again.
But its
Holy
cranium is too
crap.
small to be
Yeah,
a monkey.
let's get to this one. So this is Eric Burleson, Representative Eric Burleson. He's going apeshit. Check this out. Roll it.
It's me now.
This is
Congressman,
one of
thanks for
those,
being with us
really,
here today.
really small ones.
You and I, Congressman, I think we've had a very candid conversation together. We have both talked about the
Spider
fact
monkey and
that
shit.
I am open and curious about this subject of UAPs.
Same,
but
yeah.
I do feel like we're at a place where evidence needs to start meeting expectations.
Yep.
What we've seen today, what does this tell us? Does this meet any expectation?
Nope.
Look, I think that we have to take a step back and recognize the historic nature of this. Every president prior to President Trump has really demurred any kind of questions on this. They've dismissed them. They would not talk about it.
Objectively speaking, this is amazing that this is happening. Underwhelming, absolutely, I agree with you, right? Disappointing, maybe so. But to me, this is honestly a good start, I would say, because yeah, like, listen, I'm not in America. I did not vote because I'm not in America, so I don't vote for your guys' presidents, right? I know a lot of you love him, a lot of you hate him, but
Maybe
this isn't
they're
even about
covering
that.
up a
So,
cover-up.
but yeah,
Some
no,
shit
you
happened,
got
they're
to agree
covering
that
up.
every president prior never really talked about it. They
Got
talked
a
about it
new
before becoming the
virus
president,
going,
but after
dude.
they became one, yeah, they never really came out. And there was a lot of pressure, right? But this time, at least we're getting something, though. So, you know, kudos to, I guess, the Trump's administration for coming out with some UFO files.
People would, if anything, snicker or sneer anytime this kind of subject came up. So the fact that we have a president who is open and willing and trying to be transparent is something to celebrate. That being said, I think that this is a teaser. This is a kind of
appetizer, yeah.
You know, something to open up with. This was the low-hanging fruit kind of videos and content for this administration to release.
Okay.
A lot of this some of this has been out there before. It's not been acknowledged, right?
Okay.
So you're looking at the Apollo
Congressman,
17 video. Yeah.
I've seen the same thing said by Congressman Tim Burchett, that this is sort of the beginning, and there will be other releases that could leave Americans with a holy crap moment. I believe that's a direct quote from Congressman Tim Burchett. My question for you, or the congressman, would be, why? Why
Yeah, I actually had that. I wanted to cover that. So Justin, Representative Tim Burchett, says first UFO files release is a drop in the bucket and a holy crap moment is coming. I think this is just the appetizer. This is just to warm up the people,
You
because
think the holy crap
I
moment
believe
might
they're
actually be
testing the
alien
waters.
bodies?
Honest to God, I do believe this is them just testing the waters, because for the longest amount of time, it's been said that if they were to come out with the truth about the aliens, people are gonna go crazy. People are gonna lose their marbles. It's gonna dismantle religion. I'm religious myself. I don't buy into the fact that it's gonna dismantle religion. If not, it's just gonna make people faith even stronger, because in a lot of religions there is already mentions of other life forms, other civilizations. Islam believes in that. Hinduism, Buddhists believe into that, right? For Christianity, I mean, there's Book of Enoch, and which I haven't read yet.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, once they start showing bodies and craft, shit's gonna get real. I've said it before, I'll probably make video. I want to make videos on like what different religions believe in terms of like alien topics. I'll cover that. I'll get to it.
Belief
Just bother me in the comments every video,
Does
and I'll
not
eventually
believe in
get
the
to
Book
it,
of
okay? Because
Enoch.
it's very fascinating to me.
I
I'm
think
not
they're
gonna,
stories. They call them
you know,
stories.
like I want to actually.
Growing
cover it,
THC
honestly.
says,
Roll
only
this
time will
out
tell.
like
I
it's
wouldn't be
a
surprised if this
season
is
of
all
Game
we
of
get.
Thrones. Like, why would episode 1 be somewhat uninspiring? Leave us with more questions than answered if there's something coming after the teaser.
Looks like
What's
the
the
Buddhist
point
wheel.
in staging the release?
Really looks like the Buddhist wheel from there.
Again, this just from talking with the White House and this administration, this is not an easy thing to do. There's not one huge repository of all of these documents and videos and photos.
If you guys could find any other symbology that might look close to that, whether it be religious or non-religious, let me know and share it with me, and we can discuss that. And we can see why the symbol might be similar or have similarities, or why like some kind of religious or other belief system might have the same, design. Or it'd be cool to talk about.
Despite what most people believe, they're really, at least we haven't found that one, big repository. So what the agency is doing is going and finding first and foremost the items that are readily available to be released, and they want to be move quickly and release those. I would ask you, would you prefer to have them wait for years? What would probably take years if they were to do a comprehensive study and then release it all at once in one big batch? I would prefer that they release it as they find it, and I think that's this administration wants to be transparent and do that.
Now, my criticism is not for the decisions of the administration. My criticism is for the expectation built by many out there that have these conversations that there will soon be a bomb to drop when it comes to revelations about aliens. If that's true, are we trying to prepare the American people with a slow drip, drip, drip tease of this stuff? If not, then, Congressman, I would say, if this is all we've got, then
disappointing.
I'm not sure that there's anything that the American government really has that tells us anything about the existence of aliens. I'm just beginning to feel like this entire story is teased out always just beyond our reach.
I can sense your frustration. I've experienced it personally myself. I've seen videos that
Growing THC says aliens are going to drop bombs on us.
I think that there is more to come. If they're not going to be disclassified, I'll probably do an effort to release them myself.
Like my image of the
but
UFO,
again, a lot
like
of the footage that I've seen is similar to what has been released today. There's some that are pretty interesting, and especially given the environment and the circumstances of the videos, whether they are videos of UAPs that are flying around Russian submarines or a video of our aircraft that are firing on some of these UAPs. I've seen those kind of videos.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, do you guys feel like this is a step into the theory, historically speaking, or does it still feel like they're just tearing us like when Roswell happened?
Then I have the capabilities of getting those videos and releasing them.
Can I ask you one more thing?
That is Representative Eric Burleson, ladies and gentlemen. He's like, I'm gonna do it
Mr.
myself.
Feeney 420 says, how much meat is on this bone?
I hope this is going to be a
will be the man. We demand answers. We demand answers. We demand answers. The public demand answers.
I believe
about this, Congressman, I expect you and I will have much longer conversations like we have in the past, where we have fewer time constraints. But what I'm seeing here, and we're sharing today, and what's been released, there are probably hundreds, perhaps
there's a lot of meat on
of
the
explanations
bone, but
for
are
what
we
we see
gonna
on these
share
video
the
screens.
meat,
They don't lead us directly to extraterrestrial or out of this world explanations. Is there something else? Is there some other proof that you've seen? Is there a more compelling video that can't be described or explained as a drone or a light refraction or any other thing? Again, I'm not cynically dismissing these things. As I've always mentioned to you, I'm open and curious. I just don't think the evidence is meeting the moment.
No, he's right, though. That's the opposite arguments. And yeah, surely, though, even if you're a believer into this topic, these are very legitimate questions. So yeah, no, absolutely. We want to know the damn truth. Everybody wants to know the damn truth. And the opposite argument is also because of the EP files.
I think,
this is why it's happening. Because the EP files are way too big, and it got way too big, and we all know justice hasn't been served. And there's one group that just want the EP files out. There's another group that don't care for it, and then there's another group that just want the UFO files out. I'm saying, why not get both? We want to get both. Let's release both, and let's let justice being served. All the criminals should be behind bars. I'm talking about the EP files, the kid diddlers and all that. There are other words, obviously, that I cannot say on YouTube. So yeah, I'm definitely for both. Yeah, release both. Let the truth be out.
I think you and I are at the exact same place. I continue to look for these things and try to follow the narrative that people are saying, follow the historical narrative that we have a crash retrieval program. And this is the kind of information that I keep getting presented. It doesn't mean that we don't stop looking. And I have, and so
Growing THC says it's a step in the right direction, but for now it's nothing we didn't already know about.
And I think that, and they've actually been open and asking me.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, if you're a debunker, how would you explain this or not possible?
A lot of this
let's just say
it's going to be in the hands of these agencies that are quasi-private or private companies.
The government
and that's going to be a harder dig
proof so
for this administration to do, but that's where I think we're going to get to the truth.
To his defense, the president hasn't made big promises about what this would reveal. I don't think I can say that about everyone who purports to have seen something, that there are big revelations.
That they do exist. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg, just showing videos of UFO UAPs. But we're not saying, okay, we're saying this is here, this was here, aliens observed, or nothing like that. It was just a UAP, something they can't explain. They can't explain it. Could be some kind of test or something of by another government. It could be practically anything. It could be an artifact. Some of these things, we don't know. Fucking. There's a lot of things to debunk, but to say that the government's actually like taking their time to do this is something. You know what I mean? That's something in itself. But they're not saying that they exist yet. They're not saying they exist. They're just saying a UAP. And that's not hard evidence saying it's a UFO or a real UAP or a alien. They're not giving us hard data. And that's what we need is hard data. So how are they going to explain all of this? If it's the tip of the iceberg, and maybe they're just trying another way of debunking it would just be like they're just trying to distract us once again, like Growing THC was saying earlier. It's a big distraction. We have so much going on. We have the new COVID hantavirus thing going on. We have the wars, the Iran wars. We have economic issues that we're going up against. I mean, why not put UAPs in there when you don't even have enough information to actually say, yeah, 100% this is an alien? We don't have hard data still. This is just a UAP. It could be absolutely anything. From artifacts to drones to just aircrafts that we don't know that exists at this point.
Growing THC says, it's all AI if I was a debunker and the people are lying just to make a quick buck on the hype.
People are lying just to make a quick buck on the hype. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, exactly.
Buck. Fucking let's create little alien stuffed animals and stuff and put it in America's shelves.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, could be anything.
This is alien technology. They're just saying it's a UAP, which doesn't mean it's actually, from alien.
Mr. Feeney 420
tech.
says, drones advanced tech ECT.
Yeah, drones are advanced tech, everything that we don't know about. I mean, they're hiding this from us. So, I mean, what else are they hiding that could be doing this, or we could be doing this right now to our own selves, or whatnot, Because remember, they say 50 years we're behind.
Mr.
50
Feeney
years
420
to the
says,
current
camera
technology
artifacts,
that we
radar
already
glitches.
have. So 50 years from now, we're gonna already get the technology that we have today. You know?
Mr. Feeney 420 says, but the question is why push this if there's nothing
We're 50 years ahead
there?
of the game, really, but we're not producing the results to the public. But the question is, why push this if there's nothing? Why? Well, exactly. Why push this if there's nothing? And I think one big one is a distraction. You know what I mean? Distraction. Whether it's distraction on whatever's going on in the world, or maybe something's about to go down, you know. But I do see it as like they were testing these pastors to see the reaction that they would have as a soft disclosure on faith, to see how it would affect faith.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, distraction, gatekeeping, or global controls of system.
Maybe it's a total flex on other countries, like, yeah, like, or they already know, but, you know, everybody has a space program, you know. It seems like everybody now has like a UAP type programs out there in their government. So, like Brazil, they were saying distraction, gatekeeping, or global controls of system. Yeah, you know, when it comes down to it, it does come down to control, right? So, and I think control is a very good word, Mr. Feeney, because America wants to be in control of everything. So why not push these things out and be like, okay, we're ahead of the game. You know, we have more than you think.
Growing THC says, all of that at Murfini 420.
It could be like war games, you know? Could be definitely like war games.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I think the religious aspect is interesting.
And like I said, they're testing faith. They're testing faith right now, I think, within some churches to see, okay, well, let's see the soft disclosure with these pastors and see the outcome of everything. You know, what's going to happen there, and then how is it going to be affected on a broader spectrum? You know, stuff like that. It's interesting, and the religious aspect I love. That wheel of Dharma, like that, it looks a lot like that thing. But I think it really does have to do with sacred geometry, or it could be some kind of map, or like the wheel of Dharma is actually used as a counter, like, you know, time. You know, maybe it has something to do with time. Maybe, you know, it counts the days and stuff. Maybe it naturally counts.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, the significance of the wheel is cool.
Enter into another time dimension, you know? The significance of the wheel is cool, yeah. I mean, and people are just saying Christian. They're pushing the Christian faith, but dude, I see so many other faiths involved in this pattern of the wheel, and everything like that. Symbolism is very important. Symbolism in art.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, do you think anti-gravity has anything to do with it, or just misleading?
That little star-looking thing on there, in that art piece. I forgot what cathedral it is, but you actually showed me when we had watched that one video. So, oh, I think anti-gravity does have a lot to do with it. We're testing anti-gravity as we speak, you know, or we have it already, you know. Dude, I'm just thinking, dude, like, with atom bombs and everything, you need gravity. What would be an anti-gravity bomb? I mean, I think this has all to do with with the race. Like, not like human race, not alien race. I'm talking about a space race, a UFO race.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, and what ties do you think megalithic cultures have to the phenomena?
What ties do you think megalithic cultures have to the phenomena? It depends. It could be definitely philosophical. Um, you know, philosophical cultures like, or philosophical and megalithic cultures like, I think it goes back all the way. We've been visited for way back even before we knew, right? And I think you know, it has a lot of symbolism and stuff to do with like the cultures and relating to the phenomena. They're linked together, maybe. You know, who knows? Because everybody said like, yeah, it's Christian, it's Christian.
Mr.
Well,
Feeney
I
420 says,
dispel that
for
fact
millennia
and I
some would
say
say.
it's Buddhist. The fuck, right? Then it's like, what the fuck? It's a wheel of Dharma. So you can take it with whatever grain of salt you want. You can make it anything you want. Like we talk about pareidolia. Just think about, I don't know the word for it, but that would be just like pareidolia of like, you know, trying to figure things out. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to figure things out. So we come up with these stories and these theories, but we don't know. We don't know shit, you know? Yeah, millennials, I guess I'm a zillennial. I'm that old. I should be, I'm right on the border of Generation Z and Zillennial, but I'm more millennial than Generation Z. So, yeah, so it's weird. It's weird. But I mean, like my generation, I mean, we experienced a time before phones, before like not phones, like digital devices, like before pagers, before phones, even before computers, right? We had like little arcade games and stuff that I played when I was very young, but we remember growing up during that time. And then we remember growing up during the time after all the digital devices came out. And just to think, 50 years prior, we had all this technology that we have now. It's crazy. It's such a brain fuck. There's so much going on. So much going on. So what is to say that there it's just to debunk the whole situation, it's just not us fucking
Mr.
around.
Feeney 420 says, yeah, exactly, shit happened pretty fast in my opinion.
Theories and stuff like that on stuff that we actually have created already.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, like
Yeah,
a switch was
exactly.
triggered
Shit
and boom.
happened pretty fast in my opinion. Yep, it happened fast, like a switch was triggered and boom. Yep. Yeah. It just things happen like mega fast, but I mean 50 years though, like to have the technology we have now, that's crazy. I mean, they can literally locate that person in a cave with the heartbeat, you know? Like I don't know how many miles away, but it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, and they're saying we can give them like a heart attack. Biological warfare is scary.
Mr.
Dude.
Feeney 420 says, yeah, exactly.
Warfare is scarier than nuclear warfare. Nuclear warfare, you're gone. Biological warfare is suffering. You know? So it's a mind fuck. You go in all these different directions and avenues when you talk about one thing. It always leads to another and another thing until we have a solid theory, you know, on one thing. Then we go to the next theory. Then we go to the next one, you know. But it's all based off thought. It's nothing more than thought, you know. And this is nothing more than thought. We have UAPs as videos, right? That's all. So it's a very soft disclosure. They're not even admitting it is aliens. They're just saying, yeah, we have UAPs. We've seen UAPs. We've never He never said that they collected them or anything like that. Oh, we've seen UAPs. Is this from the government? We just can't explain it. That's all it is right now. That's all it is. It's not a big thing. It could be a big thing. I don't know. They said hold on to your horses pretty much, but we don't know what they're. It could be just another bunch of shit that we already know. We already knew that we've already seen, just confirmed, you know? So that's coming from a skeptic idea. I'm hoping that, yes, this is alien at work and this is something new and exciting.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, so are we looking forward to more or should we just be dismissive?
Forward to more or should we be dismissive? No, we should look forward to more. I think to be just dismissive about everything is to be closed-minded. You know, you don't want to close off your mind. You want to be open-minded to whatever may come and accepting of the fact, you know? Because if you're just dismissive, you're also blocking the truth, you know? Whereas if you are too open, you're reaching for truth, you know? So
The Lost Doge says, are you conspiracy
theorists? I would say no. I would say no.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I'm curious to know what debunkers think of this just for dialogue.
Do I believe in certain conspiracy theories? Yeah, I believe in certain conspiracy theories, but I also believe there's a lot of bullshit out there. You know, there's a ton of bullshit out there, ton of misinformation. And who's to say, because that one guy was there to spread misinformation and he was saying, no, they are real. We're hearing that they are real, but he spread disinformation because the government said to spread disinformation. So sometimes I think conspiracy theories are disinformation.
The Lost Doge says, I believe aliens.
I definitely believe in aliens. I do. I'm not closed-minded to that. I'm very open when it comes to that stuff. But I like hard facts too. I used to be a paranormal investigator, and most of my ideas came from debunking certain things. You know?
Growing THC says, I think it's all connected ghost cryptids UFO.
UFO. Yeah, I think if there's a connection, it has to be all connected. They're all interwoven. Just like religion is interwoven with this, you know, you talk about the Anunnaki, you talk about, you know, UFOs that look like angels, stuff like that, you know? So it goes in so many directions, but it's about lifting that veil. It's about lifting that veil. We only see what we only have our senses, but there's so much more out there than just our senses. You know? There's so much more to see, hear, touch, smell, taste, all that stuff.
The Lost Doge says, yeah, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
you're down to be here.
Conspiracy theorist. I'm down to be here. Hey, welcome in, Lost Dogs. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. It's always good to see a new face, and everything like that. So welcome in. Yeah, I have like Mr. Feeney and Growing THC. These
the Lost
guys
Doge
stick
says,
with me.
lift thy veil.
Lift the veil. Yep, gotta lift that veil, man. Like there's so much more out there that we don't know. You know, do I believe in ghosts? Yeah, I was a paranormal investigator, so I've experienced things, and I've told you the list of my experiments, Mr. Feeney, too, and they're not big. They're not huge. They're not like some paranormal enthusiasts would be like, man, I get
Lost
this,
Doge says,
this,
ghost
and
real.
this,
Seen them in my house
I
before.
try to see, is this a real EVP or is this like, you know, something that we're just hearing? Is this really a ghost figure or is this pareidolia? Ghost real. Seen them in my house before. I believe they're real too. I believe they're real too. You know, a different plane. Like we might be living in a place where we also live with a different
Mr.
dimension
Feeney
in
420
time
says,
and
it's good to be
space.
skeptical.
You know, but it is good to be skeptical. It is good to be skeptical. You gotta always like this is the way I see it. You gotta always like try to be skeptical, but keep your mind open as well. You know, I was very skeptical doing paranormal investigating, and some of those guys were like, "Yeah, you're too close-minded," and I'm like, "No, I'm not close-minded. I'm a realist. You know, I'm being real." Um, and they said that's why the paranormal wasn't happening around me. You know, as much as it happened to them, but you know, I like to see how things work and debate and have fun. You know, it's all about fun. But to be closed-minded is to limit yourself. You're totally limiting yourself when you're closed-minded. You know what I mean?
The Lost Doge says, I'm curious to see how
How
far
far
down the
down the
rabbit hole
rabbit
you are.
hole you are? Honestly, I just started on
At
UFOlogy and
Streamlabs
everything.
says,
These
thank
guys
you for
got me
following
hooked on
Fellas Doge.
UFOlogy. Like I knew about some stuff and everything like that, but these guys got me hooked on it. I mainly I like horror movies and shit like that. Like yeah, like that's just something I love and now I'm getting into the UFO stuff and I love the paranormal. So the UFO stuff just I guess comes naturally to everything else, you know. Like I said, we were saying they're linked. You know, they're definitely linked. Um who knows, maybe alien dogs are like fucking, you know, out there and they're part of the cryptid society or whatever, you know. Who knows? We don't have the answers.
Growing THC says, kinda funny
Kind of
in how
funny
they
how they
said you're
said you're
closed-minded but
closed-minded,
wouldn't
but
want to
wouldn't
listen
want to
to your
listen
reasoning
to
kinda
your reasoning,
hypocritical.
kind of hypocritical. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right, growing. You're absolutely right. Too hypocritical. Like I used to, um, uh, just for Lost Dogs like knowledge, I used to have a paranormal group called the Paranormal Assignment. You can always go to the paranormalassignment.com. I was their founder. They basically kicked me out because I stopped showing up though, because I was pretty much done with some of the there's some paranormal drama in the community. I'm not gonna lie. And I didn't like it, so I just kind of like backed away, and they kicked me out. Because I stopped showing up to the paranormal investigations. But I was kind of done. I was like, well, I've learned enough that I'm not as close-minded anymore. That I've opened up my mind to see that yeah, there is a paranormal side, but I haven't had the experiences that other people have had. I did have one experience in a house where somebody got murdered and I got this clear as day EVP. Nobody was in the room. My EVP recorder fell and everything, and somebody got murdered, and it was the girl who supposedly got murdered gurgling, "Help me," clear as day. I wish I had the recording. I think it was in one of the SIM cards, and I lost the SIM card. So if I could find that, this was the actual recorder from that day. This was the recorder. It's a Zoom. So the Zoom voice recorder. Back then, it was pretty badass, and that was like 8, 9 years ago. So I still have my spirit box here. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, it's working. Got my spirit box. Let's see. Sweeps through channels. Let's see. Turn this one on too. Not sweeping pretty well right now. See, it sweeps through the radio channels. You're supposed to pick up voices while you're asking EVP like questions in EVP. And then I have like an EMF reader, which I don't know where it is right now, so. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you do get a gut feeling that something weird is going on. Something abnormal, something paranormal, is going on around you. You just, I think it has to do with the human body because they
Growing
say
THC says, at Thelis
there's
Doge, this happened to my
EMF
family as well in an
energy, right?
apartment. It took the form of
That
my older brother.
is more prevalent when spirits are around. And EMF, like anytime there's an electromagnetic field, humans react to that naturally. They get headaches, dizziness, all that stuff. Some even say too heavy of an EMF field, and you do see things or hear things. So, this happened to my family as well in an apartment. It took the form of my older brother. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, like if I'd be like burning sage and shit. I'd be doing anything possible if that shit happened to me. But
The
it
Lost Doge
is
says,
crazy.
we got a picture of it through a
It's nothing
window.
to fuck around
Only my
with.
mom and me lived there,
Nothing
but
to
there was a
fuck
little
around
boy
with, even though
inside
I
clear as
fucked around
day.
with it.
We were
I am
outside
gonna do an
working.
IRL tomorrow, though, guys. I want to let you know. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be going to a restaurant in Orange County and stuff like that, and just chilling in Orange County. So, damn, got strippers in Pomona. U.S. fires and running in tank. So, what are your thoughts, Lost Dog? Oh shit, Michio Kaku. You gotta watch that. He's my favorite physicist, theoretical physicist. So you had a doppelganger in your house that took form of your stepdad and nephew. That's so nuts, dude. Like, that's almost like
Lost Doge says, thoughts on what
poltergeist
specifically?
activity to a degree. You know? Just like, what are your thoughts about the UFOs? Are you a conspiracy theorist? Do you believe in ghosts, paranormal, all that stuff? I mean, I think you do because you talked about the doppelganger living in your house, so uh, that tells me that you do believe in that. But how far
Growing
does
THC
the
says,
rabbit
at
hole
Thelis
go
Doge,
with
I
you? Are
didn't
you
see it.
pretty
My cousin did. That's
deep-seated
really
in
cool. You got a
conspiracy
picture.
theories? Yeah, we go pretty deep in a rabbit hole here
The Lost Doge says,
on this
indeed.
channel. These
I
guys
go deep
really
into
got
the
me down
rabbit
the
hole.
rabbit hole. I'm telling you, these
Deep.
guys got me down the rabbit hole. Like Mr. Feeney and Growing, they're always here and they always show up and always talking and yeah, man, like definitely they got me going here. Cool. That's so cool, dude. I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here. We're all glad you're here. You're welcome here, man. I'd like to hear anybody's thoughts, whether it be from a totally skeptic mind to a mind that believes,
The Lost Doge says,
in
Eve Def seen an
and
alien
goes
as well.
down deep into rabbit holes and is a conspiracy theorist. So yeah. Let's welcome him with Godzilla. Godzilla, welcome all right, we got it. Cool. Yeah, and I know Mr. Feeney and Growing be like getting high, going deep into that rabbit hole. You know? Going high, getting into that rabbit hole. Stan's a man. But we can
The Lost
look
Doge
more.
says, is
I
there
wanna
a
see
way to
what
turn
Michio
of the voice
Kaku
chat
has to
thingy?
say here. The voice chat thing? Is the voice chat going on like the TTS right now? Because I'm not getting it. Maybe you could turn it off. Here, let me see.
The Lost Doge says,
Yeah, I
yes.
don't know why
Mr.
I
Feeney
can't hear it.
420 says, yes.
I should be the one to hear it, right? That's how you turn TTS off, Mr. Feeney. And then you could just do TTS on and everything. Mods have that ability. So yeah, let's get into Michio Kaku because he always is interesting to me.
About pretty much everything. JFK, lab leak, Epstein, Hunter's laptop, the Russia hoax. And when we ask questions, they call us conspiracy theorists.
No,
But
it's
just
cool.
like
If it
COVID,
annoys you, we'll take it off.
we
dude.
might be
we
right.
don't mind.
Dr. Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist.
Kaku, the way you
Doctor,
said it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about this UFO release?
I would put it at a 10 because we're at a turning point. For decades, we had to rely upon eyewitness accounts of housewives, truck drivers. People would snicker and laugh at them. Now we're talking about huge files that are top secret that for the first time in modern history are being given to the American public. So I'd like to congratulate President Trump for having the nerve to go against recommendations by the FBI
Yep, he
and
said
the
10 out of
CIA
10.
to release these files so that independent researchers, scientists can go over them and we can make up our own minds rather than having the CIA make up our minds.
And the CIA apparently is still fighting the full release. When you hear or see about a UFO that goes like that, up, down, left,
I've never
right, at
seen an
90-degree
alien
angles
either.
so fast,
Oh,
you
we were
can't even believe
talking
it.
Lost Dog. A lot of people compare this to the Watchers and biblical sense, but I found another symbol that looks more like this in symbology in Buddhism. You know, so it could go anyway. And sacred geometry and shit like this. This is what they believe it is. They believe it's an orphanim, right? Or gargling. But do I have the Buddhist symbol? Let me see. What was it? Hanma or something like that? Handmade. No, that's not it. Yeah, I've never seen an alien before. Here we go. There's some. It looks more like the wheel, but there was better ones out there. Not just that wheel. I mean, it's just kind of more like a wheel like this. It has eight points, but the thing in the video has 8 points as well. Here's one right here. This kind of thing. It has like this type of symbolism in there. Looks kind of like a star, right? And it goes around. It's like the wheel. So I'm just saying it could be anything religious related. It could be practically anything. You know? But yeah, Lost Dogs, you should join our Discord too. Do you guys have the invite? It's on? You're turning it on? I think only the mods can do it, right? So I think Mr. Feeney can do it. Me and Mr. Feeney. Let me get the Discord link. Just like we're trying to get the Discord going. in talking about this. So let me put up the Discord link in chat.
The Lost Doge says, look up the Star of Ishtar and the CIA logo.
Star of Ishtar. Okay, I will look at that. Is the Star of Ishtar Judaism, or is it Islam beliefs? Because I know it even goes back to what is it called? Not Syrian. What is it called? Sumerian culture. Okay, so this is the Star of Ishtar right here. Definitely looks like that too. Definitely.
The Lost Doge says, Eastern Semitic, I think.
Let's see. Star of Ishtar, Mesopotamian symbol, usually an 8-pointed star or octagram representing the goddess of love, fertility, and war, Ishtar, associated closely with planet Venus. There you go. Like, it could be like anything here. It looks like that. It really does look like that Star of Ishtar. And that star is actually pretty cool, dude. I kind of like it. Eastern Semitic. Okay. Okay, gotcha. We like talking about religion in here, but not religion as like we're bashing other religions, just religion as a philosophy sense and how it can fit into like some of this UFOlogy and everything like that. Like they were talking about the Anunnaki and everything.
Mr. Feeney 420
so
says, like a universal
yeah,
symbol.
yeah. But yeah, that's a
The
really
Lost
cool
Doge
symbol.
says,
Like I was
same.
asking the chat, like if they had any other symbols to compare it to. I know with the Buddhist symbol, you can
The Lost Doge
record
says, I'm
time,
more of
the
a
time with
spiritualist,
it,
but
and
I dabble in
everything
looking and
too
learning.
as well. And this is it's a Sumerian goddess. Oh, I just said it's Sumerian, so it goes back to Sumer. It's a Sumerian goddess. Right on, dude. That is interesting. What is the Star of Ishtar in the Bible? Ishtar is the representative of an 8-point star, and her symbol was a lion. She is said to be the divine personification of the planet Venus. Venus is also the Roman goddess equivalent to Aphrodite, the goddess of love. So cool. Mind melting shit. Yep, Mr. Feeney. You got that right. You got that right. Symbolism, religion, UFOlogy, paranormal, ghosts, anything like I'm really interested in. So did I send the yeah, that's the link over there, the HTTP Discord one. That's the link to the Discord channel. So if you want to join in on us,
The Lost Doge says, symbolism is huge in the world.
we're there, and I'd just like to get people going. Symbolism is huge. Symbolism
The
like
Lost
is
Doge says,
everywhere,
it's
from
everywhere.
storefronts to religious, symbols to just about everything. You slap a logo on something, it's a symbol. It has meaning. It has meaning. So,
Mr. Feeney 420 says, what were we looking at the
yeah, we
other
were
day
looking at
logos?
logos the other day, like Adidas logos and stuff like that, but like logos that are like just different, like, and looking up their meaning and why they had the logos that they had. It's cool. That's really cool. Hold on, I got to take a piece. I will be right back. You guys can talk.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, I guess SR isn't working. Mr. Feeney 420 says, for intermission.
Yo, Mr. Feeney, I should, what isn't working? Oh yeah, it's not working right now. It should be working though. It should be working. It's just not playing. We'll go back into this right now. We'll get into this right
Mr.
here
Feeney
again.
420 says, all good.
Tell you?
It tells me that the laws of centrifugal force should crush the bones of the people inside the flying saucer. So either there's basically an automated flying saucer, so there are no bones to crack as the thing goes zigzagging left and right, or it represents a very high level of intelligence to create something like that. So in other words, we humans cannot get into a spaceship that goes zigzagging like that. Only aliens can, but even their bones would break. So it must be a very high level of automated computer technology.
And you're hearing these eyewitness
Or maybe a
reports
bubble.
from military officials, intelligence officials, 3.5 feet, 4.5 feet, small in stature. They can walk. Why does this seem to be the common description of alien life?
Well, we don't know until we have actual samples of this. That is, close encounters of the second kind. Not just visual hearsay, but real, authentic pound of flesh, the bodies, the wreckage of the flying saucers. That's close encounters of the second kind. That's what we need. And hopefully in these documents, we're going to find some evidence of that. Recovered aircraft of alien technology, the bodies, what have you.
I'd like the
Hopefully,
evidence of
mounting up
bodies.
Declassified documents will be more than just, I saw something last night, dear. Maybe it's, hey, we have the body. We can do autopsies. We can look at the reverse engineer, the engine. That would be the turning point. And I hope that these files make that possible for the first time in history.
There's reluctance to release everything because there's a competition between the Russians and the Chinese. There's an indication there could be a real fight for alternative energy sources. That could be tied into some of these missing scientists. What do you see there?
Well, I see the fact that countries have to get access to energy, and that's what we do at Los Alamos National Laboratories, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. Look at sources of energy, fusion, fission, maybe even antimatter. And perhaps that's the reason why these scientists disappeared out of thin air, or they died in very mysterious
He's
circumstances.
actually talking about the
Somebody
scientists
wants
too.
that technology.
That technology is
Somebody
going to
wants
make
the
someone
technology.
very rich and very powerful. So you want the government to give you something, a sample, maybe a pound of flesh, so you can test it.
Bro.
Well, that would be
You don't
ideal.
trust the government to test this stuff. You want independent scientists to get their hands on some things.
I would like to set up a scientific committee that has the know-how.
I'd
to
love
do a
if Michio
dissection
Kaku
like
did
that,
this.
To look at the DNA, if they have any DNA, and to find out exactly what their architecture is.
Do you think
whether
Stephen
it's
Hawking
parallel
knew
to our
before he
evolutionary
died?
development, or there's another parallel development that we not even know about.
You probably liked dissecting the frog in science in 3rd grade, didn't you, Doctor? You did. You don't have to say it. It's okay. You sick man. Just kidding. Love you. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Yo, what's up, dude? Did I miss something?
Mr. Feeney 420 says,
dude,
he never
Michio
seems to
Kaku
amaze the sky is awesome.
Like the best theoretical physicist in my mind. Like his books are
Mr. Feeney
awesome.
420 says, he kept it
His
real.
books are awesome. He did. He keeps it real, dude. He talks like he's like, you know, these scientists are going missing. Give me the evidence. You know, give it to me. I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, we've seen pretty much everything. Look, what the fuck? UFO fighter jet that defies physics. Okay. I don't know if I'm to believe stuff like that until I see it. Man builds do-it-yourself UFO, start to finish. Interesting. Anything else that we have that we can go over? What? Oh, it's a game? They're gonna make a new Hellraiser game. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I gotta watch this. Oh shit, he has the box.
Often asked by fans about favorite kills. And I think that's a misconception about Pinhead because
The
he's
Lost
not
Doge
really a
says,
killer.
I want to
The
know your
killing
favorite
is not
conspiracy.
The thing for him.
It's the torture.
The suffering.
Yeah.
With the risk of sounding dull, my favorite Cenobite is Hellpriest, aka Pinhead. The biggest impression why
My favorite conspiracy. I haven't gone deep into conspiracies. I believe in some conspiracies, but I don't like I have gone deep before, but I don't remember them. You know, maybe you can clear my mind and get the cobwebs out and stuff and remind me of something, you know, because there's so many of them, but I don't know. I don't know.
The Lost Doge says, it can anything.
Shit, man. I was getting into the Bell project that the Nazis.
The Lost Doge says, Mandela Effect's a good one.
That the Nazis got into. Time travel is really my favorite, I would say. Just getting into good time travel like stuff, because I'm just a big Back to the Future nut, and I love just the theories of
The Lost Doge
time
says,
travel.
never heard of it actually.
You've never heard of the bell. Okay. The Nazi bell. I forgot what they called the rest of it. Some say it's like kind of like UFO technology. Some say it's time travel. Let's go Nazi bell. Die Glock. They call it the Die Glock's conspiracy theory. Die Glock, German. The bell was a purported top secret scientific technological device, wonder weapon, or Wunderwaffe, developed in 1940s in the Nazi Germany. Rumors of this device have persisted for decades after World War II and were used as a pilot trope in the fiction novel Lightning by Dean Koontz. And in the fiction television
Growing
series
THC
12
says,
Monkeys,
ah yes, the infamous
first
red
fully
mercury fuel.
described by Polish journalists. I didn't know they used the Die Glock in 12 Monkeys. And author Igor Wilwalski in The Prado of a Wunderwaffe by Polish. Let's just go into the history. In 2001 book, The Hunt for Zero Point, author Nick Cook identified claims about Die Glock having originated in the 2000 Polish book, Prawda o Wunderwaffe, The Truth About the Wonder Weapon. See, they call it a weapon, they call it a time travel, they call it like a UFO, all this stuff. But this is the Nazi bell right here. Obviously, it has that bell shape. They say the two, really kind of went against each other, like counterclockwise and clockwise, and that's what created the time travel, that they created a wormhole. Cook described Wilwaski's claims on a device called the Bell, engineered by I can't talk, dude. Nazi scientists, that was a glowing, rotating contraption rumored to have some kind of anti-gravitational effect, be a time machine, or a part of SS anti-gravity program for a space, for a flying saucer. See, and it just goes on the serum. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. According to Cook, the Glock bell was shaped high and 3.9 feet diameters and incorporated two high-speed counter-rotating cylinders with purplish liquid metallic looking substance that was supposed to be highly radioactive, codenamed Serum 525. So that's really important, because they talk about Serum 525 everywhere. And that alone is a conspiracy theory. Serum 525. It's just like when Bob Lazar had his what's it called? What was the name of it, Mr. Feeney? I forgot the name. I'm not good with like remembering things lately. Yeah,
The Lost Doge
115.
says 115.
Yeah, so it kind of goes deep like that. It goes
The
deep.
Lost
But
Doge
115
says
was actually proven, right, to be actual.
Mr. Feeney 420 says
What's it
115.
called? Not a compound. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. I got in an accident.
Mr. Feeney 420
Element
says
115. Yeah, I
element.
got into an accident recently. Lost my front teeth, broke my arm, broke my orbital bone, nose, everything, and yeah.
The Lost Doge
Yeah,
says
kinda.
you're all good, man.
Before I was really on it, but I'm on a lot of morphine right now. But it goes really deep. So Serum 525 was likely an irradiated form of mercury used in the creation of a form of plasma that was intended as a weapon and or propulsion system, and which may have been capable of distorting space-time. See, and they talk about Serum 525. That's conspiracy, but the bell is interesting, and I love time travel, and I love theories of time travel, and just using like wormholes and everything like that just to get to a specific point in time. And they're saying like some of the spaceships are using those wormholes right now to get there. You know what I mean? And it's interesting. Mandela effect is really cool too.
The Lost Doge says,
I've had
I mean,
like
anything's
a lot
possible.
of cases
Cool
of
theory.
Mandela effect. Yeah, it's a cool theory. There's tons of them out there. There's tons. Like we can go over conspiracy theories tomorrow and some of the UFO stuff, and I'll do my research on some of them that I used to like, and some that I believe is like a bunch of horseshit. But yeah, yeah, like everything is all interwoven and interconnected, and that's what I always see all the time. So we'll do that tomorrow, guys. I am doing, like I said, I am doing an IRL. I'll be going out to a
The Lost
restaurant
Doge
with my
says,
friend and
indeed.
shit. We'll be going out and chilling and stuff. Ah, bro, I am tired too. Are you lost? Are you in America? Are you in a different country? Where you from, man? Where are you from? I feel like a gangster asking that. Where you from, fool? Where you from? From the hood? From my old hood? U.S. Cool.
The Lost
Cool.
Doge says,
That's all I
U.S.
was wondering. Same here. Same here. I was just wondering because the time it's late for all of us and shit. It's already 1:58. I might play a game soon. Is there anything else you guys want to go over? I need to get another drink.
The Lost Doge says, it's 5 a.m. for me.
Go to this. What about you? It's 5 a.m. for you. Jeez. Did you get your sleep already? You just like woke up? Do you watch IRL, by the way? IRL streams?
The Lost Doge
Because
says,
sometimes
some.
I'll do like a night crawl with Lord Hito. I think Lord Hito is on. Some? Yeah. If you know who Lord Hito is, I'll go night crawling with him. Been with Ozemi once, to a concert, Kanye West concert we went to. And shit. Cool people. Definitely cool people. Deep diving. Let's see. So I don't have to talk. Because I'm losing my voice to Serum.
The Lost Doge says, depends on what I'm doing, if I'm gaming or working or sleeping.
Dyke Lock mystery explained. What if Hitler faked?
The Lost Doge says, usually go and lurk a lot of the time though.
These are always interesting. Yeah, I'm a lurker too sometimes. Sometimes I'm like really into chat and sometimes I'm lurker. What kind of games do you play? I just started getting into gaming too. Like I never really was a big gamer. I had an Xbox and hardly used it. I've been playing Marvel Rivals a lot. I played that one game that I deleted that I like won everything.
The Lost Doge says, Overwatch.
The rival to Marvel Rivals. I used to play Overwatch a lot. I used to play Diva. I was like a Diva main on there. Yeah, those games are fun. So are you like hooked on Overwatch? You don't go to Marvel Rivals, or have you played it before? Do you like Marvel Rivals, or is it too much of a copycat for you? Mark Felton. We can listen to music right now. I'm just gonna relax.
The Lost Doge says, I did it a bit, but Overwatch has my heart.
You did it a bit, but Overwatch, yeah. Overwatch is cool, dude. I haven't played it in the longest time. But I used to, yeah. Who's your main on Overwatch? Who's your main character? Let's see.
The Lost Doge says, Anna Genji Hog.
Turn down the music too a little bit. Why is it like freezing on me? There we go. Anna, Genji, and Hog, huh? Genji is cool. Anna, like, I can't shoot or shit, so. Yo, Mr. Feeney, is there anything that you want to add on to the Discord and stuff? I want to get it back going and everything like that, so we're all talking, interacting. If you look on Discord, I put UFO files on there. So like anything government related that they drop on the UFOs, we're gonna put there. Bro, I'm so tired today. I got up early just to get this cast on. Don't feel shit. I hate it though, it's kind of annoying. Okay, should I play Marvel Rivals?
Mr. Feeney 420 says, hell yeah, I see that now, good shit.
Yeah, so you could like drop like files in there.
Lost Doge says,
like on
what happened?
Discord, I put on this thing called the Alien Files, where like
Mr. Feeney 420 says, gaming segment?
Now. I'm gonna go through the gaming segment. I'm just chilling out, relaxing. I'm so tired. It's been a long day. Man, I'm trying to think of a good song I want to play.
The Lost Doge says, what happened with arm?
The accident happened. I broke my arm and my wrist. So, like, Yeah, it's fucked. Just the accident. Like I remember, like I hit the glass of the car, the windshield, and just like I lost my front teeth, and blood was just dripping down. Broke my nose, broke my orbital bone, and stuff. Luckily, like my nose is okay. They wanted to do surgery on it, but I have so many health risks right now that they decided not to. So that was all due to a car accident. Sucked, but it is what it is. It's life. You move on.
The Lost Doge
You go
says,
on. I'm
I
gonna
hope you
get
heal
these
fast.
teeth fixed,
What's important is you're alive.
soon. And yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lost. I really appreciate that. That's much appreciated. Yeah, important thing is I'm alive and I'm still happy, you know? No teeth or not, I'm happy. I'm still going. I'm still living, still breathing, you know? As I always say, still breathing. Still breathing, still here. Never going anywhere. Where's my controller? I'm gonna play some Marvel Rivals right now. I gotta clean, dude. Starting to feel like Osmond Gold. Remember this song?
Half of Hero
Oh, shit,
says,
I forgot the
Skilo I
SR.
wish.
You remember this song back in the day? Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. Wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her.
Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and 6 foot bar. I wish I was like 6'9" so I could get with Leoshi, cause she don't know me, but yo, she's really fine. You know, I see her all the time, everywhere I go, and even in my dreams, I can see her.
Yeah, we're old heads here.
Cause I know she's living fat. Her boyfriend's tall and he plays ball, so how am I gonna compete with that? Cause when it comes to playing basketball, I'm always last to be picked, and in some cases never picked it off. So I just lean up on the wall, or sit up in the bleachers with the rest of the girls who came to watch they man ball. Dag y'all, I never understood black, why the jocks get the fly girls, and me I get the
hood rats.
I tell them scat, skittles, kabobble. Got hit with a bottle, was in a hospital for talking that mess. I confess it's a shame when you living in a city that's the size of a box and nobody knows your name.
Yeah, Doge, Doge, I wish you came in earlier. That's we were getting really into the conspiracy theory, not conspiracy theories, the UFO conspiracy theories, but they're not conspiracy theories anymore, I guess. Some of those conspiracy theories ended up being true, though.
The Lost Doge says, yeah, eBay's seen it a few times today.
Seen it a few times today, yeah. A lot of people are talking about it. We talk about it pretty much all the time on this channel, though. So, until I just totally, like, after a while, after a couple hours, I just deflate and just fucking play games. Just relax. I'm gonna use a cheating character. I wish I was a baller. Wish I was a baller.
Hey, I wish I had my way, cause every day would
don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world. But it does help.
American_bastard says, they're going to probe you.
Probe me or probe me? They already have probed me. I'm already been probed, bro. I loved every second of it. Did they probe you too?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. I won't let that happen.
Same. He takes my brilliant ideas and makes them ever so slightly better.
I'll be sure to tell him exactly what you said.
Please don't. There's no way I can do this without him.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
American_bastard says, prove, my bad, I'm not the kind of guy that likes to get proved.
You're not the kind of guy that likes to get probed. Proved? Proved? You get proved?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Got that on video. All eyes on these coordinates. Sorry, soldier.
Invisible?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Feeling stronger already. Double kill!
Ah, yeah.
1,000 gods!
You're never alone.
Look at the iron fist. Sounds like a good read.
Yeah. What up, Rex? What's going on, buddy? How you doing, man? You still here, Rex?
You do not know me, but I know you very well. Now let me tell you about the feelings I've been for you when I try or make some sort of attempt. I simp. Damn, I wish I wasn't such a wimp. Cause then I would let you know that
How you been? You playing games, Rex? Have you gone live yet? Today?
Return to sender.
I get bored of playing games quick. I notice I'm kind of bored already.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Two tanks, 2 healers.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There is great chaos in you, woman. Chaos and darkness.
You're one to talk, Venom.
It was not an insult. We find it strangely attractive.
Somehow you just made me want to save the universe.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A disappearing act.
It took us a long time to learn that our powers are related.
Nothing can harm me now.
A disappearing. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Well, who's next?
At Streamlabs says, 7x combo in you face.
Damn. Let's use hop here. How do you use Hella?
My domain will one day encompass all.
Control lost.
Here's this slice.
They got me good. I can use a
I like the color.
Nah. Fuck this Ella person.
There's too many bad guys. I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again. Gotcha! Chaos control! Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Maximum pulse!
Sucks.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Switching characters.
Gotcha!
My name's Jay. When a moonlight, the hunters on. Where's the Easy Castle? Boys, find the order.
I got a freaking. My muscles tight.
Hanging round.
I got a muscle
Downtown
cramp.
by myself. I've had too much time to sit down and think about myself, and then there she was.
Staying in the light is a
Like
constant
the
struggle.
I could use a warm bath after this. Yeah, there she was.
Growing THC says, screen's black on my end, can't see no fighting.
Still black?
30 seconds before you
Mr. Feeney 420 says, this version is interesting.
Is this the part where we compare swords?
Yeah, I didn't know.
How sharp mine is when it hits your throat.
Thank you for letting me know.
Sweet. I can totally heal from that.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you so
Somewhere
much.
else before I say yes.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the darkness that's falling.
I'm in this capture area. Got it?
Hanging round downtown by myself.
I love the original section candy.
Thinking about myself, and there she was. Platform to persuade. Yeah, there she was.
God damn, they're good.
Mr. Feeney 420 says, yeah, I don't know why it played this one instead of.
In my chair, knowing who's that casting never stands in my direction. Mama, this surely is a dream. Yeah, well, mama, this surely is a dream. Oh, yeah, mama, this surely is a dream. Mama, this surely is a dream, yeah.
that sucked.
Well, you can't expect them all.
Played that one instead of the original Sex and Candy. Oh no, dude, it's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, bro. Yeah, that was like the jazz, laid-back jazz version of that song or something. I don't know what I want to play. I played a lot of Street Fighter yesterday. That was fun. Wonder when this game is coming out, Dead at Disco. That's Disco demo. I like this game. It's just survival. Hold on, I need to give myself some insulin. Isn't it playing? It's like stuck. Oh, crap. I don't know what happened, dude. My freaking screen just froze. Let's see. What I was gonna play that, but now I don't want to do. I don't know what this game is, Where Winds Meet. Is this that one game that I did not like?
Creases in my mind, empty shapes where you used to be. Nothing fills space where you're supposed to stay.
Emo.
And as you go, find peace in my way. No, find solace in your place. I'm just thinking about the past and I wish I could have been 10 times. No, I find solace in your place.
You know what? Fuck it. Dude. Waiting too long for this shit. Game is taking forever to load.
Mistaken, you sound as if you're here. Guess I like to think that you're still next to me one day. I'm just thinking about the past and I wish I could have been 10 times the man. All the things I should have said prior, but you were let go for you. Nah, and then you go, find peace along your way. Find solace in your place. I'm just thinking about the past and I wish I could have been 10 times the man.
Half of Hero says, test.
See. This thing is taking forever to load shaders, dude. Hold on, I need to deal with something with YouTube now. Shit. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna come back. Let's see. I'll be right back, guys.